Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the campus of Glenwood. Another exciting basketball action here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We are live here at the Border Wars. We're going to have a quadruple header tonight, this afternoon, and I'm here with the head basketball coach of Calvary Christian. They are up first. They are going to be taking on Autauga Academy. So what's going to happen is a private school from Alabama is going to take on a private school from Georgia. The format's a little different from last year. This is going to be a tournament bracket with a consolation bracket as well. Coach, how excited are you about your team playing in the Border Wars with this new playoff format?
We're very excited, man. Last year, I was at Pacelli. We didn't have an opportunity to play in a bracket in the Border Wars, so we're excited to actually get an opportunity to compete for something. For these younger guys, they need that opportunity to see what it feels like to play in a do-or-die type of game. A lot of a lot of my guys just came out of middle school. Some of them were freshmen last year, most of them. So just to get an opportunity to play in a situation where it's a do-or-die situation, it'll be good for them moving forward.
Coach, you're taking on an Autauga Academy team, which is in the AISA. They are in Class 2.
Yes, sir.
And they are currently 3-2 on the season. They did defeat Glenwood on their home floor. It's a tough team. The Generals from Autauga Academy, who actually made the playoffs last year. What are you looking forward to with this matchup with Autauga Academy here this afternoon?
Just using our size. I'm looking down at their team. They're not the biggest team in the world. They do have some guys that can get downhill, but just being able to utilize our size and our athleticism in this game. As you know, if you've watched a lot of high school games, a lot of games are won within the margins. Boxing out, grabbing rebounds. If we can win on the rebounding side of this game, I believe that we can come out on top. We just have to take care of business.
Coach, you're currently 5-8 on the season.
Right.
Played a lot of tough opponents like Spencer, Carver. You played Brookstone twice. How important was it to get that 71-70 victory over the Brookstone Cougars in that second game after playing them in that first game? And the margin was more than 30 points, but you had an incredible turnaround getting the 1-point victory.
A couple things. I graduated from Brookstone, so obviously that's something that I really wanted. I really wanted that game, and the guys knew it. Secondly, just the work that we put in every day. I said it before the year. If we got a young team, it's going to take some time to get where we want to be, but they get to see now that the fruits of our labor shows. When you go lose against a team by 30 and then a month later beat them by 1, that shows the guys that the work that we're doing is not a void. We're actually doing things that are improving us. And I told them every week we're going to get better. We have a young team of freshmen and sophomores. You're going to get better every day. So it's not a fact of, yes, you can look at your record and say, okay, we're a losing team right now. But going forward, we have a chance to be really special if we continue to put the work in.
Coach, let's talk about your team a little bit. You did mention you have a bunch of freshmen and sophomores. Yes. Your leading scorer is T.J. Benson. He's averaging more than 22 points a game.
Right.
You do have some new additions that came onto this team.
Yes.
And just tell us a little bit about these new additions that are actually in uniform that could see some playing time this afternoon.
So we have a 6'4" junior, Parker Atkinson. He's extremely athletic, has a lot of talent. He wasn't really able to show everything that he can do at Northside because of their lack of size, so he was have to be thrown into the post and to be on the rebounds and everything like that. Which he'll help out with that with us too. But because of the size that we have, he's able to play the 2 and the 3 position at 6'4" and kind of show off his shooting ability as well as his athleticism. So I think he'll be a good addition as he gets comfortable with us. He'll be a better addition. As well as Josh Jackson, who played with me at Pacelli. He's coming from Northside as well as junior. He's extremely athletic, can help us out on the boards, can help us out in transition, can finish above the rim. So I'm excited about those 2 guys to really help us out on the athletic side, and this gives us more size and athleticism on the floor, so that'll help us out a lot.
Well, Coach, good luck against Autauga Academy in this first game of the Border Wars, and we're looking forward to seeing you throughout this tournament, and definitely looking forward to this tournament.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
We got to get these boys ready, man. Let's go.
Yeah, here we go. That is the head basketball coach of the Calvary Christian Knights, head coach Jonathan Gordon. We're going to go ahead and take a break here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We will be ready for our first game of the Border Wars between the Generals of Autauga Academy and the Knights of Calvary Christian. Don't go anywhere, right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We'll be right back. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the campus of Glenwood. As that was a great interview with head coach Jonathan Gordon of the Calvary Christian Knights. They are up first here in the Border Wars as we have got a quadruple header for you today, starting with the Glenwood boys taking on Autauga Academy, and then we will have the Glenwood, starting with Calvary boys taking on Autauga Academy, then we'll have the Glenwood girls taking on Southland Academy, then the Glenwood boys taking on Abbeville Christian, and then wrapping up the evening, the Calvary girls is taking on Edgewood Academy. So the playoff format, a private school from Alabama will take on a private school from Georgia. It is a 3-day tournament. There will be a championship, and there will be a consolation bracket. Earlier today, Lee Scott defeated Autauga in the girls bracket, and Deerfield Windsor defeated the Lee Scott Academy Warriors in the boys bracket. Abbeville Christian had the bye, so we did not have a game at noon, but we are ready to go. Here is the starters for the Autauga Generals. Damian Dickerson, Colin Edwards, Evan Peak, Cameron Wright, and Garrett Wainwright. For the Calvary Christian Knights, we have Liam Holcutt, TJ Benson, Tyler Freeman, Samuel Bunapane, and Caden Avery. Avery is going to jump the ball with Evan Peak for Autauga as we get ready to start this game in the Border Wars. We are underway, and with the ball first is Damian Dickerson. He takes it out to Cameron Wright. Takes it across the timeline. As the Generals, led by their head coach, A.J. Perry, out of the AISA. Oh, and there's a steal. What a steal by T.J. Benson. He's going to run the floor. This is what he does best. Finger rolling, it's up and good, and that is how we get this game started. T.J. Benson, the leading scorer for the Calvary Christian Knights, averaging over 22 points a game. Calvary has the 2-0 lead over the Generals. They're driving the lane over the baseline, and number 15, Garrett Wainwright, steps out of bounds. It goes back to Calvary. This is what Coach Gordon wants to do, is to have a strong start here in this game. Autauga, a very talented AISA Class 2 team that is currently 3-2 on the season. Some common opponents. They did defeat Glenwood on their home court by 20. So that is something to take into consideration as T.J. Benson is driving the lane, puts up a shot off the glass. No good. Trying to get his own rebound, and Autauga comes up with it. Here comes Wright. Wright driving the lane, puts up a shot. No good. Rebounded by Holcutt. They want to go fast. Benson, he does not have the numbers. Benson puts up a shot. No good. Rebounded by Bunapane, and he gets fouled. That is going to be 2 foul shots for Samuel Bunapane. He is one of 3 seniors on this team with DeAndre Hurd and Darian Walls. Talked to Coach Gordon before this game. Darian Walls is not going to play today, but he does have some newcomers, number 5, Josh Jackson, and number 11, Parker Atkinson. And that first shot is good by Bunapane. Calvary leads 3-0 here in the first game on Georgia Alabama Sports Live for the Border Wars. And that rattles in, and it falls. Bunapane makes them both. Calvary's up 4-0. Here comes Wright, passes it over to Dickerson. Back to Wright, driving the baseline. Lost the handles, he stays with it. Back over to Dickerson. Dickerson getting challenged, and what a defensive stop by Tyler Freeman. Liam Holcutt with another rebound. Here comes, oh, Freeman lost it. And Dickerson all the way to the rack, and it's up and in. So Dickerson gets the steal and the easy 2 points for Autauga. There's Wright to Bunapane for 3. Samuel Bunapane knocks down the baseline 3-pointer. Calvary Christian with the 7-2 lead. So looking at the bracket, the winner of this game will take on Deerfield Windsor tomorrow at 1:30. Timeout on the floor. We will go ahead and thank our sponsors. Double Coverage, Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Masterwall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. Thank you for sponsoring the Border Wars. And we are ready to go as Calvary leads 7-2 over Autauga Academy. Like we mentioned earlier in the bracket, Deerfield Windsor out of Albany, Georgia, defeated Lee Scott. They move on to the next round, which will be played tomorrow at 1:30. Here comes Autauga. Dickerson waiting for the screen. He passes over to Edwards, top of the key, back to Dickerson. Calvary is in the 2-3 zone. Dickerson driving the lane. Shot no good, but a rebound by number 15, Wainwright. But Holcutt, another rebound. And here comes Calvary. They got to just stay with it. Benson, he is just instant offense for Calvary, and he passes it over to Tyler Freeman for three. Tyler Freeman gives Calvary the 8-point lead. Good pass by TJ Benson. It seemed like the defense was collapsing on Benson. He gives it up to Freeman. TJ Benson, a sophomore. Tyler Freeman's only a freshman. Oh, what a steal by TJ Benson. Benson, spin move. And it's going to be a charge. It's going to go the other way. Yeah, it looked like the ref said it was a push-off. Yeah, that was very questionable. But Calvary off to a hot start here against Autauga Academy. Out of Prattville, Alabama, we called some Autauga Academy football games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live when they played Glenwood in the regular season and in the semifinals in the AISA. Their famous alma mater, former Alabama tight end O.J. Howard, and one of the parents told me that he played basketball for Autauga Academy. He was a center. So O.J. Howard, who tight end who played for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, there's a mid-range jumper, no good. Autauga with the offensive rebound, but are we going to get a jump ball? Looks like it will be a jump ball. The possession arrow is going to stay here with the Generals. Evan Peak going to inbounds it underneath the basket. Autauga 3-2 on the year. Calvary 5-8. Trying to find somebody to give it to, but good defense by Calvary. Nothing is coming easy for Autauga. Oh, there's a push-off, and they did not call that. Up and in by number 15, Garrett Wainwright. And Calvary's going to come up fast. Here's TJ Benson driving in the lane, and it's up and in. TJ Benson, instant offense. He'll go the line for the three-point play. So that is how Calvary responds. Autauga gets a basket. Calvary's going to go all the way to the rack to get a basket. TJ Benson makes the foul shot. He has got 6 points. Leading scorers for Calvary, TJ Benson with 6. Samuel Bunapane has got 5. And Calvary leads 13-4 over Autauga Academy. We wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holidays. We're glad that you're joining us here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Right as the double team collapse. Holcomb, good defense on Evan Peak. And there's a rebound by Caden Avery. Back over to Benson. Benson just takes it across the timeline. Nice pass over to Holcutt. Baseline. Holcutt back over to Benson. Benson setting up the offense. Back over. Three-point shot is no good by Nate Stokes, checking into the game for the first time for Calvary. McIntyre. Back over to Peak, top of the key. See some Autauga fans over in the visitor section. They got their Autauga sweatshirts. There's a three-pointer, no good by Peak, but an offensive rebound by Edwards. We're going to get a foul. So Autauga Academy out of Prattville, Georgia, they are in the AISA Class 2. They will be making the transition to the AHSAA next season, but they will go to Division 1, Class A. And Calvary, of course, they're making the transition to the GIAA next year, and they will be in the same classification with Pacelli and Brookstone. Oh, there's a nice pass, but a good job by Bonapane to getting the foul. That would have been an easy bucket for Colin Edwards. Edwards is going to go to the line for 2. Watauga went 12-10 last year, 1-3 in the region. They lost to Gatewood in the AISA Class 2 playoffs. Edwards makes the first. Tyler Freeman checks back into the game for Calvary. And Edwards makes them both. 13-6, Calvary on top. TJ Benson, the leading scorer for the Calvary Knights, averaging over 22 points a game, 22.5 to be exact. Stokes back over to Benson. Benson is just the type of player, he's a slasher. He likes to drive the lane. If Calvary gets into transition, here he goes. He's driving the lane. That pass, it was attempted save by Parker Atkinson, who checks into the game, and one of the newcomers for Coach Gordon's squad. Big shout out to WRBL's Tyler Redmond in the building as he's getting some highlights here for the Border Wars. Don't forget, we've got the Glenwood girls coming up after this, taking on Southland Academy out of Americus, Georgia. Got a lot of talented private schools in Georgia and Alabama facing off in this first round of the Border Wars. Over top of the key to McIntyre. Dickerson inside to Peak. We're going to get a hand check by Caden Avery. Glenwood is already at 5 team fouls. 13-6 is the score, and Watauga is going to be in the bonus. Evan Peak will go to the line to shoot 2 for the Watauga Academy Generals. Makes the first. That's one thing. Watauga has made their foul shots early on in this game. It's really keeping them in this game because Calvary has been able to run the floor, get transition buckets, and they've already got 2 3-pointers. Peak makes them both. It's 13-8. Benson, he wastes no time, but he loses the handle. Oh, he saves it. Fighting for it, still with it, trying to give it off to a teammate. Gives over to Freeman. Freeman hitting the baseline. Back over to Bonapane. Benson driving the lane. Finger roll. That does not fall. It just would not go into the bucket. And here comes Watauga on offense, driving the lane. McIntyre back to the top of the key is Peak. Remember, there's no shot clock in Alabama. So Peak goes up, rebounded by Wainwright. And are we going to get a backcourt violation? Yes, we are. Watauga had the right idea, but right there, Calvary knew that was going to be a backcourt violation. We're going to get another timeout here on the floor. We'll take one, too. 13-8, Calvary on top over Watauga Academy right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back to the campus of Glenwood on what's known as the Pit. Here for the first game of 4 games here in the first day of the Border Wars. Calvary out to an early 13-8 lead. There's a 3-pointer by Tyler Freeman. Good job after the timeout getting the 3-pointer. Tyler Freeman's got 6 as Calvary has responded. They're up 16-8. Driving the lane, partially blocked by Freeman. Goes up and puts up a shot is Garrett Wainwright. And he is going to be fouled. Garrett Wainwright trying to cut into this lead. 1:19 left to go here in the first quarter. He misses the first. Didn't even touch the rim. And he misses them both, but he does get his own rebound. A good job getting the rebound. Dickerson's just going to fire a long three. And another offensive rebound by McIntyre. We're going to get a jump ball. One thing about this Calvary team compared to Autauga's team, I'm looking at Autauga's bench. They only have 5 players. Coach Gordon has got not only, he's got, I'm counting them up, 9 players on his bench. That is a deep team, and he's already added 2 players on the roster earlier. Over to Tyler Freeman. Thought about the 3. Stokes passes over to Jacoby Knight checking into the game as TJ Benson takes a breather. Back out to Freeman from the baseline. Rattles in and out, but it's rebounded by Bunapane, and it's off the fingertips of Jacoby Knight, and it goes back to Autauga, down 16-8. One thing about Calvary, they're 5-8, but Coach Gordon has played a lot of tough opponents, including Brookstone twice, Glenwood twice, Spencer, Carver. They're going to play Shaw on January the 5th, going up and trying to fight for it. There's no foul call, but it's going to stay here with Autauga. Autauga has not had a very big sample size. They've only played 5 games. They are 3-2 on the season. They did get a victory over Macon East earlier. Almost lost it. Back out to Dickerson. Dickerson, spin move. Top of the key over to McIntyre. Puts up a floater. No good. Trying to fight for the rebound, but right there to Jacoby Knight. He does not have the numbers. Knight will take it back out. Swings it over. There's Stokes for 3, and it's off the glass and in as Stokes gets a 3-pointer. Nate Stokes using the glass. It's 19-8 Calvary. Peak driving the lane, puts it off the glass, no good. And that is going to do it for the first quarter. Calvary comes out, and they lead Autauga Academy by a score of 19-8. We would like to thank our sponsors here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live for making this broadcast possible. Double Coverage, Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Masterwall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. We'll be back with the start of the second quarter here at the Border Wars on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Back here at the pit, start of the second quarter. Calvary Christian leading Autauga Academy 19-8. Here comes Wright. Oh, good screen by Peak. Wright did not get a shot. He could not have any opportunity. Top of the key is Edwards. Back out to Cameron Wright trying to drive the lane. Top of the key, Colin Edwards for 3, knocks it down. And finally, Autauga gets a big shot as they trail 19-11. TJ Benson back in the game for Calvary after a quick breather. Benson, slasher, baseline, Bunapane, no good. That 3-point attempt into the hands of Damian Dickerson. And here comes Autauga trying to push the floor. Cameron Wright. Wright driving the lane, puts up a shot, no good. He gets his own rebound. He puts up another shot, and it's in and draws the foul. And Cameron Wright, looks like, no, it is an offensive foul on Cameron Wright, and it's going to go back to Calvary. A huge break because that would have been at least a 5 or 6 point swing. It was one of those bang plays, and Calvary was able to get that back. And after Autauga getting a big 3 and Autauga going on a run, Calvary has just got to find a way to respond. But T.J. Benson running the floor general for Coach Gordon and the Knights, averaging 22.5 points a game. There's a nice spin move. Splits the double team over to Stokes. Stokes fires a three-pointer. He does get fouled. No, that's going to be a travel. It's going to go back to Autauga. This is where Autauga could build some momentum after getting that 3, and they're down by 8. They just got to come out here in this second quarter and try to win the second quarter to try to get back into this game. Dickerson back over to Edwards. Just swinging it around. Remember, no shot clock in Alabama. Oh, nice spin move. We're going to get a foul. That's going to be on Caden Avery. And once again, going to the line, Evan Peak. The fouls do reset in the quarters, but that was a shooting motion for Evan Peak. Autauga is coached by A.J. Perry, their head coach. It looks like, I'm looking at their bench, they do have 5 players, so they're dressing 10 players for today's game, as Caden Avery on that foul, Evan Peak makes them both, and Autauga is on a 5-0 run. Benson, he's going to split the defenders, but he loses the handles, and it goes out of bounds, and trying to save it was Edwards. But it's going to go back to Calvary. It's off of Edwards. Not sure if he thought about that. Here's T.J. Benson, a long three-pointer, no good. Gets his own rebound. It goes right to him. Floater, partially blocked. Tipped out to the top of the key to Nate Stokes for 3, no good. That's going to be rebounded by Dickerson. Calvary has been a little ice cold these last couple of possessions. They've had some opportunities to extend their lead, but Autauga has been able to weather the storm, and they're currently on a 5-0 run. Seemed like in that first quarter the shots were falling for Calvary, but they have not made a field goal here in the second. Driving the lane, Edwards. Oh, and he lost it, T.J. Benson. Benson, he got his pocket picked by Damian Dickerson. Here comes Dickerson. Thought about the 3, and he's going to pass it over to Peak. Spin move, off the glass, no good. Rebound right to Atkinson. And Autauga is going to just give him a quick foul. They did not want Calvary to have momentum going the other way. So Parker Atkinson, one of the newcomers for Coach Gordon on this team, gives it over to Jacoby Knight, who is a freshman for Calvary. Over to Nate Stokes in the corner for 3. Yeah, the shots are just not falling here in the second quarter for Calvary. They've had some open looks. They've had some three-point attempts. Still with a 6-point lead. Oh, behind the handles, Cameron Wright to the basket, and he goes up and in. Cameron Wright behind the back. And then he goes up for the shot, and he will go the line for the 3-point play. Autauga has outscored Calvary here in the second quarter 7-0 on a 7-0 run. Wright could make it 8-0 with this free throw. And he makes it. A 3-point lead for Calvary. Here comes Knight. Screen by Jackson checking into the game for Calvary. Oh, right inside to Atkinson, off the glass, no good. That rebound, trying to stay with it. Right back to Jackson. Jackson loses it as he was trying to drive the lane. And now Cameron Wright. Wright driving up. in the corner, thought about the three. Colin Edwards driving the baseline. He's going to get fouled by Atkinson. And Colin Wright is going to go to the line for 2. The Autauga Generals can cut into this lead. They trailing by 3. 4:30 left to go here in the second quarter. Edwards makes the first. Edwards leading the Generals with 6 points. And checking back into the game is Boona Payne, Benson, Liam Holcutt, trying to get some size in there for Coach Gordon's team, trying to box out this rebound. 2-point lead for Calvary. And that is no good. And then the rebound goes right to Boona Payne. Over to Edwards. Edwards stays with it. And what are we going to get here on this call? That's going to be a foul on Autauga. I know that the Autauga bench wanted to travel. That'll be a non-shooting foul. As Calvary has got to find a way to get some offense here in the second quarter. They did lead 19-8 in the first quarter. But Autauga's been on an 8-0 run, and that's going to go right to right. Right all the way up, and it's up and in. We are tied as Cameron Wright has just tied this game for Autauga. They are on a 10-0 run. Benson lost it, and it is stolen by Edwards. Back over to Cameron Wright, and he puts it up and in. Timeout on the floor. Autauga takes their first lead. They are on a 12-0 run. You can hear it from the Autauga crowd as they lead 21-19 here with 3:56 left to go here in the second quarter. Your leading scorer for the Autauga Generals is Cameron Wright. He's got 8 points. For Calvary Christian, Tyler Freeman and TJ Benson both with 6 points, but it was all in the first quarter. The shots were just being knocked down in the first quarter, and Calvary has yet to score a basket here in the second. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Double Coverage, Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll, Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Masterwall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. Autauga has a 21-19 lead. It's their first lead in the game. Freeman inside over to Holcutt. Holcutt splitting the defenders, puts it off the glass. No good, and it's going to be rebounded by Edwards. Dickerson with it, driving the lane, and he lost it. Boona Payne back over to Freeman. Freeman lost it. Putting up a reverse layup is no good, but fighting for that rebound. And now we're going to get another jump ball. As Boona Payne was trying to fight for that rebound, Dickerson was on his back, but just the awareness of getting a hand on the ball forced the jump ball. The possession arrow is going to go back to Calvary. So how does Calvary respond? They did lead 19-8 after that first quarter. But Autauga has been on a 13-0 run. Knight back over to Boona Payne. Knight swing it over to Manny Shepard. Holcutt. Oh, and he got it picked away by Cameron Wright. That was a good steal by Wright, taking it over to his blind side. Cameron Wright driving the lane, puts up a shot. It's no good. Rebounded by Holcutt. Here comes Knight. Going to take it across the timeline. Knight only a freshman. Over to Holcutt. Holcutt, mid-range jumper. No good. The shots are not falling here, as that's going to go right back to Calvary. Knight has it. They have been ice cold here in this second quarter. They've got to make some adjustments and get these shots to fall, because Autauga has their first lead of the game. Over to Holcutt. Back to Knight. Back over to Boona Payne, rather. Knight puts up a jumper. No good. It was contested. Very good job defensively by Autauga. Barrett McIntyre and Autauga Academy will get the ball back. Remember, the winner of this game will take on Deerfield Windsor tomorrow at 1:30. Loser of this game will be taking on Lee Scott Academy at 10:30 in the consolation bracket. Part of this 3-day tournament for the Border Wars. Dickerson looking for a teammate, trying to get it off. Inside to Peak. Peak puts it up, no good. Otaga with it, rebounds. Barrett McIntyre takes it back out, and he had a foot on the line. It's going to be a turnover. As Calvary is got players hustling down the floor. They want to try to get something going. With 1:46 left to go in the second quarter, they have yet to make a basket or score a point as they trail by 2. TJ Benson back into the game. He's got 6 points for Calvary. Almost lost it. Benson looking for Stokes. Swings it over to Bunapane. Back over to Stokes. Inside, Holcutt in the corner. Bunapane for 3. He makes the bucket, and that's how you respond. Samuel Bunapane knocks down a big 3. Calvary retakes the lead. 22-21, a minute 12 left to go here in the first half. Edwards. They're just taking their time because there is no shot clock in Alabama. Oh, it's almost deflected by TJ Benson, but there's a 3-point attempt by Dickerson. Puts up a shot. And we're going to get a foul shot on the floor by Calvary. Going back to the line is going to be Colin Edwards. Less than a minute to go here in the first half. Edwards makes the first. That's one thing that Otaga Academy has done. They have missed a couple, but they have made most of their foul shots. He makes them both. Edwards has got 8, and Otaga Academy back to a 1-point lead. Stokes back out to Benson. Looking for the screen. Good job by Atkinson with the screen. Bunapane, and he traveled. 46 seconds left to go. Otaga with a 1-point lead. Don't forget, we got the Glenwood girls taking on Southland Academy. Coming up next here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. 38 seconds left to go. McIntyre back over to Dickerson. Inside, a nice pass off the glass and in. Colin Edwards, count the bucket, and he will go the line for the 3-point play. That was just drawn up to perfection. A great pass by Dickerson right in the middle of the lane, and it was just perfection when it came to the momentum going to the basket. Dickerson makes it, or Edwards makes it, and it's an 11-point lead. It's a 4-point lead. He's got 11 points, and there's another rebound by Dickerson. 20 seconds. Yeah, Coach Gordon telling him not to foul. Top of the key, and no good by Edwards, but another offensive rebound by Otaga. They've done a great job crashing the boards. That pass, there's a long 3-pointer off the glass, no good. And we're going to go to the half as Otaga Academy came out. Calvary only scored 3 points in that second quarter. We're at halftime, and Otaga Academy leads Calvary Christian 26-22. We'd like to thank our sponsors here for making this broadcast possible on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Double Coverage. Double Coverage does a great job with Jerome Bryant. If you want photography or having your local team covered in the Tri-City area, Double Coverage, they do a great job. We saw them at the Muskogee County Christmas Tournament. They were giving out awards. Sports Visions with Rip Behringer and DJ Jones. You can catch Sports Visions Mondays and Thursdays from 4 to 6 p.m. on Smooth R&B 92.1. State Farm, Carol Purdue, you know, her daughter played at went to Glenwood, and they are a big supporter of Glenwood athletics. Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Chase Cook. If you want barbecue done right, you know, we had a great time doing the Glenwood Gators Coaches Show at Mike and Ed's. Appreciate Chase Cook and his support of Georgia Alabama Sports Live all season long. We got Superior Roofing. We appreciate their support. Columbus State University Athletic Director Jay Sparks, and really just being hospitable and allowing us to live stream the Muskogee County Christmas Tournament last week. Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill. We appreciate that. We've done some live shows at Happy Hour, Thrip Behringer and I. And then Master Wall Incorporated, Grant Smithwick, the assistant coach of the Calvary Christian Lady Knights, does a great job there. A company based out of Midland. I actually drove by it the other day as I live in Midland. And Behringer Construction. We thank you for your support here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll have the start of the second half as Autauga Academy leads Calvary Christian 26-22. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the second half right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Back at the pit, start of the second half. Autauga Academy leading Calvary Christian 26-22. The big story in that second quarter, Autauga outscored Calvary 18-3. They went on a 12-0 run at one point as Calvary won the first quarter up 19-8. Let's see if Calvary can make the adjustments. Autauga with the ball first. Up by 4. Oh, and there's a steal. Long pass over to TJ Benson. Waiting for it, drives a lane up and in, and that's how you get back into the game. You give it to your instant offense, TJ Benson. But what a steal by Tyler Freeman. Great vision and a long pass over to Benson. They had a very good angle on that shot, and now Calvary trails by 2. Inside over to Peak. Peak driving the lane, guarded by Holcutt. Peak, Holcutt, great defense by Holcutt. But Peak gets it right back. It got tipped away, and Peak is just going to take it back out to the top of the perimeter. Back over to Cameron Wright. Cameron Wright, he's had 8 points. Really, the leading scorer has been Edwards with 11, Wright with 8. Back over, a nice pass to Dickerson. Dickerson driving the lane. No good. Big rebound by Holcutt. And a long pass to Benson. Bunapane trying to save it right into the arms of Edwards. But Calvary does a good job getting back on defense. Edwards with it. Top of the arc. Spin move. Driving the lane, and he traveled. Again, a good job by Holcutt staying with his man, and it caused Peak to take too many steps. Calvary down by 2. Winner of this game will take on Deerfield Windsor in the winner's bracket, 1:30 tomorrow. And it's stolen again and staying with it. Whose ball is it? It's going to be Autauga. It changed possessions a couple of times. And Autauga is going to get the ball back. Calvary led 19-8 after 1. Autauga outscored them 18-3 in that second quarter. Bounce pass inside. Cameron Wright puts up a shot, and it's up and in. Cameron Wright in double figures. It's 28-24. Benson lost the handle. Dickerson is racing it down, staying with it. And another turnover for Calvary. Over to Edwards. Edwards puts up a shot. No good. Rebounded by Holcutt. Back over to Benson. Benson staying with it. Staying with it and puts it up and in. TJ Benson lost his balance. He was able to stay with it. Puts up a floater, and he's got 10 points. Calvary trails by 2. TJ Benson, the average leading scorer, 22.5 points a game, the sophomore. Cameron Wright puts it up and in. A good job by Cameron Wright to get around Benson as Autauga answers right back. Holcutt driving the baseline. Quick double team. Gives it back out to Benson. Off the foot and right to Cameron Wright. Tyler Freeman defensively trying to get a body on him, but it's going to be a foul. And that's an offensive foul on Cameron Wright. A good job by Freeman just to stay with him. As you got Josh Jackson checking into the game for Calvary, one of the newcomers on this team, along with Parker Atkinson that's seen some valuable minutes early on here in the Border Wars. Calvary 5-8 on the season. Autauga 3-2. Jackson, as the defense collapses, get over to Caden Avery, back out to Stokes. Stokes fires a long three-pointer. No good. And tracking that rebound down is Evan Peak. And Dickerson now has it. Over to McIntyre. Back out to Dickerson, top of the key. Good screen by McIntyre. Dickerson, no open space, but Dickerson is going to drive the lane, takes it all the way up and in. Damian Dickerson found a hole and in the crease, drives it all the way for the basket. TJ Benson puts up a shot, gets his own rebound. That's off the glass and in. A good awareness by TJ Benson to put up the shot. He has got 12 points. Calvary trails by 4. There's a long three-point attempt is good by Evan Peak. Timeout on the floor. largest lead of the game for Autauga as they lead 35-28 with 4 minutes left to go here in the third. We would like to thank our sponsors for covering Georgia Alabama Sports Live Athletics here for the Border Wars. Double Coverage, Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rock It, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Master Wall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. Welcome back to the pit on the campus of Glenwood in Phenix City, Alabama. This is day one of the Border Wars. We already had 2 games earlier today. The Lee Scott girls defeated the Autauga Lady Generals, and Deerfield Windsor defeated Lee Scott in the boys bracket. So the winner of this game will take on Deerfield Windsor. As Stokes over to Jackson. And it looks like we're going to get a foul. Going to be another foul on Autauga Academy. Out of Prattville, Alabama, they are led by their head coach, A.J. Perry. Last year, they went 12-10. Lost to Gatewood in the AISA AA Finals. Back over to Jackson. Jackson puts up a shot, no good, but Jackson will go to the line. So Calvary Christian Knights, led by their head coach, Jonathan Gordon, his first year as he was also an assistant coach at Pacelli, played at Brookstone. I know that was a very big win as when Calvary did defeat Brookstone by 1, as Jackson misses the first. Calvary Christian is under the leadership of their athletic director, Steve Smith, who's also the head baseball coach, winners of 5 straight championship games in baseball. As Calvary had a great season on the gridiron, head coach Emmanuel Brunson getting them all the way to the GAPS championship. This will be the final year in the GAPS for Calvary as they make that transition to the GIAA. There's a 3-point attempt, and it is good by Bryant Dupree checking into the game for Autauga. And we get another timeout. It's a 10-point lead for the Generals. Autauga has came out and responded after being down 19-8 in the first quarter. They outscored Calvary 18-3 in the second, and now they have the largest lead of the game, up by 10. Benson has it over to Stokes. Swings it over to Atkinson. Jackson. A pass, 3-pointer is no good. And then there's a 3-pointer off the glass and good by Nate Stokes. Calvary trails by 7. Dickerson. Back over top of the key to Edwards. Calvary's in their zone defense. Josh Jackson guarding Dickerson. Swing it over to their shooters. Remember, no shot clock in Alabama. McIntyre swing it over to Dickerson. Baseline, Peak. Peak driving the lane. Peak puts up a shot up and in. He got by his defender, Atkinson. Peak has got 9 points, back to a 9-point lead, and that shot by Benson is no good. And here comes Autauga running the floor. They're up 40-31. Swing it over to the 3-point shooters. There's another 3-point shot that is rattling in and out by Dupree. We're going to get a whistle. So Autauga Academy out of Prattville, Alabama. They've had some fans that have made the trip. The Lady Generals played earlier today. They lost to Lee Scott. That game happened at 9 o'clock this morning. So some of those fans that got to see the Lady Generals in action, sticking around to see the Generals here in this game against Calvary Christian. Of course, Calvary Christian out of Columbus, Georgia. In that first round, it's a private school from Georgia taking on a private school from Alabama. Jackson, nice cutaway pass to Liam Holcutt. Holcutt draws the foul, and Holcutt will go to the line for 2. Calvary has got to find a way to get back into this game because Autauga has done a good job making the adjustments. Holcutt will go to the line. And he makes the first one. Makes it. Off the bank. We're going to get a lane violation as he only makes 1 of 2. 40-32, Autauga with the lead. Timeout on the floor. We'll take 1, too. 1:53 left to go here in the third. Autauga up by 8 against Calvary Christian. It's the Border Wars here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back to the pit on the campus of Glenwood. Autauga leading Calvary 40-32. Autauga with the ball. The leading scorers for the Autauga Generals. Cameron Wright's got 12 points, followed by Colin Edwards. It's got 11. For Calvary Christian, TJ Benson with 12. And Samuel Bunapane has got 8. Dickerson trying to split the defender. Gives it over to Peak. Peak using that long body. Thought about the 3, Edwards. Edwards driving the baseline. Puts up a shot. No good, but it's right into the hands of the shooter for Autauga, Dupree. But Calvary's able to get it. Jackson all the way up. He cannot make the lay-in. But that was a good pass by TJ Benson. It just a rush shot. It was off balance. Autauga had good defense on that as well. 1:18 left to go here in the third. Autauga's been in control of this game, this second half. Able to come out. Stokes with the rebound. Back over to Holcutt. Calvary needs a transition bucket. Here comes TJ Benson, splitting the defenders, goes up and makes the shot and one. TJ Benson. When you need a big bucket, you give it to your floor general who leads the Calvary Knights with 22.5 points a game. We have seen him make big buckets all the games that we called on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, the games against Glenwood. We know that TJ Benson can make it, and he misses the foul shot. He does have 14 points. It's the 40-34. Autauga Academy on top. No shot clock, so they're going to probably hold for the final shot. And you got Dickerson over there. Calvary can maybe get a little aggressive. They don't have any team fouls, so remember, the fouls reset after every quarter. Oh, almost got his pocket picked, but Dickerson puts up a shot up and in. Damian Dickerson went around the defender right over to Benson. 24 seconds left to go. Autauga up by 8. Benson driving the lane, puts up a shot, rebounded by Dupree. Autauga can extend their lead to 10. Oh, Dickerson almost lost it. 3-point shot by McIntyre, no good. Trying to chase it down, and that is going to go out of bounds with 6 seconds left to go here in the third. Calvary is trailing by 8. Here comes Benson, 2 seconds. Benson all the way into the rack and in, and that is how the third quarter ends. TJ Benson with 16 points as Calvary Christian trails Autauga Academy 42-36 after 3. We would like to thank our sponsors here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Double Coverage, Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll, Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Masterwall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. We'll be back with the start of the fourth right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Start of the fourth quarter, 42-36. Calvary with the ball. We're going to get a foul on Calvary. It's going to go back to Autauga. So in that third quarter, Autauga outscored Calvary 16-14. At one time, they did have a 10-point lead. Calvary is led by as many as 11. That was in the first quarter when they were up 19-8. Oh, and what a steal by T.J. Benson. T.J. Benson, he's got the numbers all the way, and that's going to be in. What a job by T.J. Benson getting the steal. That was a huge bucket for Calvary. T.J. Benson's got 18 points for Coach Gordon and the Knights. 5-8 on the season, but they have had a lot of tough opponents, including GHSA opponents like Spencer and Carver. They're going to play Shaw on January the 5th. They've taken on GIAA opponents like Brookstone. And they're taking on an Autauga Academy team that's in the AISA Class 2. Now, they're going to go to the AHSAA next season, but they'll be in Class 1. Can't find anybody. Good defense. And that's going to be a 3-second lane violation for Autauga. This is the momentum that Calvary needs to get back into this game. They trail by 4. T.J. Benson running the point over to Bonapane. Back to Benson. Swings over to Bonapane. Here comes Jackson. Bonapane shoots a three-pointer. No good. And that's going to stay here with Calvary. That was off the leg of Colin Edwards. We get several substitutions in for Autauga, led by their head coach, A.J. Perry. Bonapane, Jackson, lost it. Oh, and that's trying to save it. But then a three-pointer. Great shot. And Calvary cuts it to 1. Trying to get his name, as we talked about some late additions on this roster, going down the roster trying to get all the names, and we actually do have a technical foul as Calvary trails by 1. Taking this technical shot is going to be number 2, Bryant Dupree. As Dupree misses it. So newcomers on the team as we've got Dupree making the 1. And Autauga will have the ball, 43-41. 6:26 left to go here in the game. Back out to Wright. Takes it across the timeline. Over to Dickerson. Wright being guarded by Benson. Swings it over to Dupree. He had a big 3 in the game. Driving the lane is Peak. Peak puts it off the shot. Off the glass and in. Peak has got 11. Autauga back to a 4-point lead. Benson or to Bunapane. Just a backdoor cut by Jackson. He could not follow through, and it's no good. Rebounded by Peak. Wright driving the lane, puts up a shot, no good. Big rebound by Holcutt. Here comes the transition that we talked about as TJ Benson did lose the handles, and another turnover by Calvary. Got to get a transition bucket. You're down by 3. Here comes Dickerson all the way to the rack, up and in. Dickerson driving the lane. Autauga back to a 5-point lead. There's a cut over to Jackson. Back over to Holcutt. Finger roll, no good. Rebounded by Atkinson. Jackson with a 3-pointer, no good. Rebounded by Wright. Wright is trying to reset the offense with 5 minutes left to go. Here in the first game on Georgia Alabama Sports Live for the Border Wars. We did have 2 games earlier today. The Lee Scott girls defeated Autauga girls. And then Deerfield Windsor out of Albany, Georgia, defeated the Lee Scott Academy Warriors. Cameron Wright. Back over to Dickerson. They're just taking their time. There's no shot clock in Alabama. Dickerson. Top of the key. Calvary's in the zone. Calvary's got to get a stop. Back over to Wright. Wright trying to drive the lane, almost lost the handles. Dupree puts up a shot, and he'll go to the line for 2. Brian Dupree with 4:13 left to go here in this game. Dupree makes the first. Coming up next, we got the Glenwood Lady Gators taking on Southland Academy out of Americus, Georgia. You can catch that game right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Then it's the Glenwood Gators taking on Abbeville Christian as Dupree makes them both. And then the final game here on the Border Wars for Georgia Alabama Sports Live, the Calvary girls and Edgewood. Oh, there's a rebound. A nice putback by Atkinson. A good finish. Parker Atkinson with 2. It's 49-43 with 4 minutes left to go. Dickerson, looks like they're going to call a foul. I thought that Dickerson slipped. They're calling that on TJ Benson. It's the first team foul. I go over to Dupree. Peak is just going to take his time and run the offense for the Autauga Academy Generals. Back over to Cameron Wright, the leading scorer for the Generals. Driving the lane. Oh, he kicks it out to the shooter. There's a 3-pointer by Colin Edwards, a huge 3-pointer. A good pass by Cameron Wright. The defense collapsed on Wright, and he kicks it out to Edwards. It's 52-43, back to a 9-point lead for Autauga Academy. That was a huge 3-pointer because Calvary needed a stop. Holcutt, double teamed, trying to give it up. Swings it back out to Benson, top of the key, inside to Jackson. Swings it over to Jacoby Knight. Loses the handle. It might have been a foul, but it looks like it's going to be a foul going the other way. 3:11 left to go here in this game. Like the Facebook page, subscribe to the YouTube channel here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast with Toygar Isla. This is the first game of a quadruple header that we will be calling on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Cameron Wright trying to shake off the defender Jacoby Knight. Wright passes it out to Edwards. Dupree, that's going to be Peak. Back out to the top of the key. Dickerson just drives the lane. He found an open lane, and Dickerson was able to take advantage. Largest lead of the game for Autauga Academy, 11-point lead. Here comes Atkinson, no good. Atkinson gets the offensive rebound, back over to Benson. Benson puts up a floater, no good. Atkinson puts up a shot, no good. And staying with it is Peak. And that's going to be another foul on Calvary with 2:22 left to go. We're going to get a substitution in for Calvary. We got Nate Stokes Tyler Freeman checking back into the game. Bunapane looks like he'll check into the game as well. As Calvary will inbounds it right on the sideline. The next game for Calvary Christian is going to be Friday, January the 5th. They will be taking on the Shaw Raiders, as that will be the Calvary Lady Knights and Knights, a doubleheader on the campus of Shaw High School. As they have played some tough competition this season in the GHSA, to include Spencer, Carver, and next Friday it will be Shaw. What a way to kick off 2024. And then their first home game is going to be a GAPS game against Konos Academy. Here comes Wright. Calvary needs to get a big stop here, down by 9. Peak. Is this the point where you start fouling? But Autauga Academy's been making their foul shots. Here's Dupree with a three-pointer. No good. There's a big rebound over to TJ Benson. Benson's got the open lane, puts it up, and it's good. TJ Benson's got 20 points. And it's back to a 9-point lead for Autauga Academy. Dickerson drives the lane, and he'll be fouled. So with 1:42 left to go, and Calvary is down by 9. Like we mentioned, the winner of this game will take on Deerfield Windsor in the winner's bracket tomorrow at 1:30. The loser of this game will be in the consolation bracket at 10:30 against Lee Scott Academy. Of course, this is the different format for the Border Wars this season. As it is a 3-day tournament, we will have a winner. We'll have placement games on Friday. The championship game will be on Friday at 7:30 for the boys, and then at 6 for the girls. Cameron Wright misses 1 of 2, and so TJ Benson down by 10. They got to come up quick. Benson puts up a floater, and it's good. TJ Benson's got 22 points. It's an 8-point lead for Autauga Academy. 1:30 left to go. Do they foul? There's a shot, no good. Gets his own rebound, no good. That was Drew Easter checking in the game for Autauga Academy. Peak. Oh, and it looked like he traveled, but they're going to call a foul. It looked like that Evan Peak took too many steps. But Peak is going to go to the line for 2. As Autauga Academy, they are up 55-47 against Calvary. Calvary had a 19-8 lead in the first quarter, but then Autauga Academy outscored Calvary 18-3 in that second quarter to lead 26-22 after 1 in the first half. And then that second half, it was pretty even in that third quarter, but Calvary just could not find the momentum to get back into the game. Autauga has done a great job making adjustments, balanced scoring from Cameron Wright, Colin Edwards, Damian Dickerson. As Peak makes it, and it's back to a 9-point lead for Autauga. Jackson over to Benson. Benson fires a long three-pointer. No good. Trying to kick it back out, and right there is Cameron Wright. Over to Dickerson, and that gets his own rebound. Trying to fight for it is Atkinson. He gives it over to Benson. Less than a minute to go. TJ Benson driving the lane, puts up a shot, and he will go to the line for 2. With 47 seconds left to go, Calvary is down by 9. They're gonna have to get some threes and get some stops here. But this is looking like an Autauga victory. And they will move on to take on Deerfield Windsor tomorrow at 1:30. As Benson makes the first. TJ Benson, he averages 22.5 points a game. He's got 23 today. Little over his scoring average. He has just been instant offense for Coach Jonathan Gordon and the Calvary Christian Knights. And Benson makes them both. 24 points for TJ Benson as the player falls down. Checking into the game is Dalton Maddox. 42 seconds left to go, and there's the foul. There's the foul on Evan Peak, but you put a very good foul shot shooter on the line, Evan Peak. That's one thing Autauga has done very good today, is they've been making their foul shots. And we get a whistle. We're starting to see this gymnasium pile in. You know what that means. And we got the Glenwood Lady Gators and the Glenwood Gators coming up. And it's going to be home cooking for this Glenwood fan base. Yeah, I've noticed that this gym started getting pretty packed. I mean, Calvary's got some fans here too, making that trip from Columbus. And I've been impressed with the Autauga fans, making that trip from Prattville. Just outside of Montgomery. It's about an hour and 45 minutes away. We hope you enjoyed your holiday break. A Merry Christmas and a Happy Holidays to you here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Richard Holders, Toygar Isla. That first foul shot is no good. Thrift Behringer will be joining us as well, as we have had such an amazing last couple of weeks live streaming high school basketball. Misses both. That is tipped back out to the shooter, and it's going to stay with Calvary. 38 seconds left to go. Calvary is down by 7. They're going to need a three-pointer here, and they're going to have to put Autauga on the line and hope that they miss like they did on that last sequence. Don't forget, we will have a pregame interview with head coach Dusty Perdue of the Glenwood Lady Gators and Gators. Benson puts up a shot. That will count. He was fouled in the action of shooting. TJ Benson will go to the line for 2. He's got 26 points. One of the refs is saying that was a foul. Nope, they're making the call. That was a foul shot. It's 56-51. It's not over yet. 33 seconds left to go. Calvary is down by 5. They can cut it to 4, but they're going to need to foul quick. Benson makes it. 27 points for TJ Benson. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one, too, with 33 seconds left to go in this game. Autauga leading Calvary 56-52 right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back to the pit on the campus of Glenwood, as this is the Border Wars here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We got a good one here. 33 seconds left to go. Autauga Academy out of Prattville, Alabama, taking on Calvary Christian, leading by 4 against Calvary Christian out of Columbus, Georgia. Remember, the first round matchup in the Border Wars, it's a private school from Alabama taking on a private school from Georgia, and then they will have a winner's bracket and a consolation bracket. The winner will take on Deerfield Windsor in the next round, 1:30 tomorrow. The loser will take on Lee Scott Academy at 10:30 tomorrow. That's a quick foul on Cameron Wright, and he will go to the line going the other way. It only took 2 seconds off the clock. There's 31 seconds left to go. Calvary is trailing by 4. They got to hope for a miss. If the worst case scenario, just get both of them. But if he makes both of them, it's going to be very hard to try to come back, and it would be a 2-possession game. Right now, it's still a 2-possession game, but if he misses one of them, Calvary's got a shot, but they're going to have to play the foul game from here on out. And he misses it. That's exactly what Calvary wanted to see. It's not over. Calvary can hit a three, and then this game could get very interesting. Don't forget, we got the Glenwood Lady Gators taking on Southland Academy, and that is next right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Cameron Wright is a big free throw. He makes it. He's got 14 points, 57-52. TJ Benson, and he lost it. That was a huge turnover, and Benson's got a foul quick. That's definitely not what Calvary wanted to do in that situation. But you had to get a bucket, and you got to put it in the hands of your point guard, the leading scorer for the Calvary Christian Knights, TJ Benson, who's had 27 points. He's had just an incredible game. The sophomore, the leading scorer on the team, averaging 22.5 points a game. But going to the line for Autauga is Evan Peak, with Autauga up by 5, and Peak makes the first. The balanced scoring of Damian Dickerson, Evan Peak, Cameron Wright, and Colin Edwards has really been the story. Peak has got 14. Back over to Knight. Benson fires a three. No good. Rebounded by Dickerson, and he gets fouled. It's 59-52 with 15.3 seconds left to go. We thank you for watching us on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. This is game one of a quadruple header here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We've had games all day. Lee Scott Academy defeated Autauga in the girls bracket earlier this morning. And really, what I think was a big upset, because Lee Scott Academy only lost one game last year, and it was to Pacelli in the Border Wars. They lose to Deerfield-Windsor out of Albany, Georgia. And Deerfield-Windsor will advance in the winner's bracket as Dickerson makes one of two. 15.3 seconds left to go. It's 60-52. Knight, Benson, driving the lane, puts up a shot, and it's up and in. TJ Benson, have yourself a day. 29 points. It's 60-54. It might be too little too late with 8.9 seconds left to go. Just an incredible performance by TJ Benson. He misses it, and Autauga gets the rebound. 5 seconds left to go. Looks like Autauga probably will not get a shot off. That will do it. The Autauga Academy Generals defeat the Calvary Christian Knights 60-54 to advance to take on Deerfield-Windsor in the winner's bracket in the Border Wars tomorrow at 1:30. Calvary Christian will take on Lee Scott Academy tomorrow, 10:30. And you can catch that game right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live in the consolation bracket. So, giving a player of the game for Coach Perry and the Autauga Generals, we've got Cameron Wright, who led the team with 14 points. You got Colin Edwards, 14 points. Evan Peak. I guess they all going to give player of the game. All right, coming up next, we got the Glenwood Lady Gators taking on Southland Academy right here on the Border Wars on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. But first, we want to thank our sponsors, Double Coverage Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Masterwall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. We'll be back with the Glenwood Lady Gators and Southland Academy right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We would like to welcome you to Game 2 here of the Border Wars on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, as this afternoon's matchup is going to be the Glenwood Lady Gators coming in with a 12-5 record, taking on Southland Academy out of Americus, Georgia. How is everybody doing here on the broadcast? Richard Holders, Toygar Isla, as we are just privileged to bring you Border Wars action. This is Game 2 of a quadruple header on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Earlier today, Autauga Academy defeated the Calvary Christian Knights to advance to the winner's bracket against Deerfield Windsor, 60-54, as the PA announcer, Wes Hargrove, is announcing the starters for Autauga, or for Southland. We got Gracie Burrell, Mary Easterlin, Adder Ray Owens, Landry Hart, and Sophia Blankenship. The starters for the Glenwood Lady Gators: number 1, Mimi Johnson; number 2, Anna Grace Griggs; number 3, Haley Palmore; number 4, Olivia Slocum; and number 5, Tequila Davis. And Bobby Taylor Brazil is actually in the starting lineup, as Mimi Johnson also a bench player. Glenwood 12-5, led by their head coach, Coach Dusty Perdue, recent inductee into the Chattahoochee Valley Sports Hall of Fame for the 2024 class. And looking at the bracket, the winner of this game will take on the winner of Edgewood Calvary, which will be at 6 o'clock tonight. That will be in the winner's bracket at 6 o'clock tomorrow. As getting ready to tip it off is Anna Grace Griggs, along with Mary Easterlin for Southland Academy. Southland Academy 2-4 on the season, as Glenwood gets the tip. And having it is Haley Palmore over to Davis. Swings it over to Clara Crisco. Back out to Griggs. Slocum fires a long three-pointer. No good. Rebounded by Tequila Davis. Puts up a shot, and she'll be fouled. So Tequila Davis, the last time we saw Glenwood in action, Tequila Davis, the 6-foot senior, was just a double-double just about every time she touched the basketball. We've saw Glenwood in action twice already, once against Calvary on the campus of Calvary Christian, and then we saw them back here at the pit. That was about a month ago, as Tequila Davis misses the first foul shot. She misses them both, and it's going to be rebounded by Blankenship. So the Southland Academy Lady Raiders out of Americus, Georgia. They are in the GIAA in 3A. Top of the key is Burrell. Back over to Owens. Driving that baseline. Back over to Burrell. Trying to stay with her. Remember, no shot clock in Alabama. That's something a Georgia team's got to get used to. And that's the very unique thing about the Border Wars. You get a private school from Georgia, you get a private school from Alabama, and you have to deal with the no shot clock rules in Alabama. But Glenwood forces a turnover, gives it right back. Haley Palmore with it. She is the 5'5 freshman. There's Crisco, no basket, and chasing it down. And, Palmore with the steal. She's going to try to push it up coast to coast over to Anna Grace Griggs. Nice pass to Tequila Davis, no good. But it's going to be a rebound by Blankenship. Scoreless here in the first. Inside, the backdoor pass for Mary Easterlin, and Southland leads 2-0. Your starters are Haley Palmore, Olivia Slocum, Tequila Davis, Anna Grace Griggs, and Clara Crisco. Tequila Davis puts up a shot, no good, rebounded by Easterlin. Hart, nice pass. Oh, what a block by Tequila Davis. Here comes a fast break. Palmore puts up a shot, but that is going to be partially blocked by Easterlin. And Southland Academy, they don't have the numbers. Anna Grace Griggs back on defense, putting up a shot, and that is up and in. Just one of those Euro steps by Alder Ray Owens, and Southland Academy out to an early 4-0 lead. Crisco, nice screen by Griggs. Back over to Griggs. Long pass to Slocum. Inside to Davis. Back out to Griggs. Baseline jumper, no good. That is going to be rebounded by Owens. The Lady Raiders of Southland Academy up 4-0. Owens fires a long three-pointer. Top of the arc, no good. That's going to be taken down by Takayla Davis. Another rebound. And that was intended for Griggs in the paint. A little too far out of her reach, and it's going to go back to the Lady Raiders. We're going to get a timeout on the floor. And we'd like to thank our sponsors here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Double coverage, Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Masterwall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. Autauga Academy won the first game here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, 60-54 over Calvary Christian. They will face Deerfield Windsor in the winner's bracket tomorrow. Calvary will take on Lee Scott Academy in the consolation bracket starting at 10:30 tomorrow. We've had a pretty decent action here at the Border Wars for day one. Lee Scott Academy defeated Autauga girls in the first game. Deerfield Windsor with an upset over Lee Scott in the boys game. Timeout over, and there's a steal by Haley Palmore. A good job out of the timeout, getting the steal. Puts up a shot. She'll go to the line for two. She just took it out of the hand of Gracie Burrell. And Palmore trying to get Glenwood on the board with these foul shots. Glenwood 12-5 on the season. That's one thing. Coach Purdue will schedule a lot of teams. Southland Academy's only played 6 games, as Palmore makes the first. And this is the third time that we have seen Glenwood in action. Palmore makes both of them, as we were broadcasting both games against Calvary Christian. As they split both games, Calvary was able to win on the campus of Calvary. And there's a possible matchup. The winner of this game will take on the winner of Calvary and Edgewood, which will take place at 6 o'clock. And there's a shot attempt by Esterton, no good. Here comes Glenwood trying to run the floor. That pass was intended for Crisco, and it goes back to Southland Academy. So all we ask of you is to like our Facebook page and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We have been live streaming basketball, really just making that transition from football to basketball, carrying that momentum over. We had a very successful Muskogee County Christmas tournament last week. And we're here, day one of the Border Wars, and that's going to be a foul on Glenwood. But we wish you and your family a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year as we try to close out 2023 and get ready for 2024. It's been a very successful year in Georgia Alabama Sports Live. 4-2 is your score. Southland Academy on top over the Lady Gators of Glenwood. Nice backdoor pass, but that shot attempt by Esterton is no good. But stealing it is Olivia Slocum. Slocum's going to drive coast to coast, put up a shot, and lays it up and in. Olivia Slocum. Glenwood ties the game at 4. 4 minutes left to go here in the first. Owens back over to Hart, top of the key. Hart swings it over to Esterton. Esterton driving the lane, and that was tipped away by Palmore, and a good job by Crisco getting her hand in it to get the jump ball. The possession arrow will go to the Lady Raiders. Here in the GIAA out of Americus. Americus probably about an hour from Columbus. We get over to Hart. Hart's going to reset it. Hart looking for the screen. She gets it. But good defense by Glenwood. There's another screen by Blankenship. Puts up a shot, no good. Rebounded by Burrell, but it is ripped away, and here comes a fast break. Haley Palmore all the way to the rack and in. A good job by Haley Palmore. Mimi Johnson checking into the game for Glenwood as well. You got Bobby Taylor Brazil in the game as well. Oh, there's a steal by Anna Grace Griggs. Glenwood on a 6-0 run. Slocum swings it over to Johnson. Johnson going to drive the lane, puts it up. Anna Grace Griggs, no good, and that's going to be rebounded by Hart. Here comes Southland Academy. Oh, and that's stolen by Slocum. Slocum, pass to Griggs. Griggs dribbles off the glass and in. Timeout, Southland Academy. Glenwood on an 8-0 run with 2:35 left to go here in the first. We're going to go ahead and take a timeout, too, as you're watching the Border Wars here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We are back at the pit on the campus of Glenwood. 8-4, the Lady Gators leading the Lady Raiders in day one of the Border Wars. This is game 2 of a quadruple header. They almost, that Southland thought that was foul. That was a shot blocked by Brazil, and here comes Glenwood in a transition, but Southland was able to break it up. Southland went up that early 4-0 lead, in Glenwood, they have scored all the buckets to go up 8-4. Haley Palmore, the leading scorer for the Lady Gators with 4 points. Palmore and Mimi Johnson driving the lane, and she lost it. Well, trying to get it back. A good job by Bobby Taylor Brazil to have the jump ball. That possession arrow is going to stay here with Glenwood. The Glenwood Lady Gators 12-5 on the season. They lost to Clark Prep in the AISA championship game last year, trying to get back and win another title for Coach Purdue. Before that, they won back-to-back titles. And that's a steal and a foul, and actually that's going to be a travel. Traveling violation, and it's going to go back to Glenwood. As the refs try to discuss some things. 1:54 left to go. 8-4 is your score. Palmore takes it across the timeline. Takayla Davis back into the game for Glenwood. Over to Brazil. Puts up a shot. No good. A good rebound by number 21, Mary Yesler. Over to Easterland, fires a long three-pointer, no good. Good offensive rebound by Yesler. Another shot by Easterland, and it's rebounded by Davis. Here comes Glenwood pushing the floor. Palmore over to Slocum. Slocum back over to Palmore. Davis, long pass over to Slocum. Slocum fires a three, and she's got the bucket. Olivia Slocum makes it 11-4. Glenwood on an 11-0 run. Southland, there's a three-point attempt, and that is good by Mary Easterland. Easterland's got 5, and they answer back with a 3. It's 11-7. And Southland was able to stop the bleeding. Here's Rogers, or Johnson. Johnson puts up a shot, and she draws a foul. As Mimi Johnson will go to the line. The winner of this game will take on the winner of Edgewood Calvary tomorrow at 6 o'clock. As Johnson makes the first. That Edgewood Calvary game is going to be on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. That will be the fourth and final game that we do here for Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And Johnson makes them both. 6-point lead for the Lady Gators with 30 seconds left to go. Let's see if Southland will hold for the final shot. Easterlin back over to Yesler. Yesler with it. Oh, and a block shot by Takayla Davis, but they're going to call a foul. So Yesler is going to shoot here with 16 seconds left to go here in the first. And Yesler makes the first. And she misses. Another rebounded by Davis. 13 seconds. Oh, and that goes right into the stands. It's going to stay here with the Lady Gators. Mimi Johnson will go ahead and take it inbounds on that baseline with 11.7 seconds left to go. Over to Crisco. Back over to Slocum, top of the key. Trying to hold for the final shot. That was intended for Griggs, and it goes out of bounds. Back to Southland Academy with 5 seconds left to go here in the first. As this is game 2 of 4 games for the Border Wars here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We've had a busy day of basketball starting at 9 o'clock this morning. They almost got the steal, but that will be the end of the first quarter. As Glenwood went out on an 11-0 run, they lead Southland Academy 13-8. As we would like an opportunity to thank our sponsors, Double Coverage, Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rock It, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Master Wall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. We'll be back with the start of the second quarter here at the Border Wars on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back to Glenwood here on the campus of Glenwood School. It is the Border Wars, Southland Academy, the GIAA school out of Americus, Georgia, taking on the Glenwood Lady Gators. The AISA school out of Phenix City, Alabama, or Smith Station. And this is the final year in the AISA before Glenwood makes the transition to the AHSAA. They are going to be in Class 3 with schools like Lee Scott Academy. You got Randolph County, Beulah. There's a shot, and that is good by Alder Ray Owen. She's got 4. Southland trails by 3. Haley Palmore, top of the key, over to Slocum. Of course, the region's going to look a little bit different than football. You're only going to have 4 teams. Dadeville is going to be one of the teams along with Beulah and Lee Scott Academy. We'll probably see Randolph County in football. The Southland Academy with the ball, trying to cut in this lead, down by 3. Oh, she almost traveled. There's a mid-range jumper. That is short by Hart. Pulling the rebound is Glenwood, and here comes Slocum. Pass over to Crisco. That was intended for Griggs, but Davis with it. There's a shot. It's going to be a foul on Southland, and going to the line will be Haley Palmore. The leading scorer for Glenwood right now, Olivia Slocum with 5 points. She does have a 3-pointer. Mary Esterlin, 5 points for the Lady Raiders. As Palmore's first foul shot rattles in, and it is back to a 4-point lead for the Lady Gators. Palmore misses, so she makes 1 of 2. 14-10 is your score. There's a long 3-pointer, rattles in and out by number 15, Alder Owens. Over to Slocum. Slocum fires a 3-pointer, just short of the iron. Esterlin with the rebound. Quick double team by Johnson and Slocum. She's right there on the baseline. And they're going to call a foul. That's the first team foul here in the second quarter. Southland 2-4 on the season. Glenwood is 12-5. There's that full court press by Glenwood. It actually, it's going to be possession arrow. Actually, that's going to be a foul on Glenwood. That's their second team foul. It's Hart. Back over to Owens. And you got to watch out for that backcourt violation. And there's going to be another foul on Glenwood. You got to watch out the fouls. You only get 5 team fouls before you end up in the bonus. With 6:16 left to go here in the second, Glenwood already has 3 team fouls. Back over to Hart. There's a steal by Takayla Davis. And she pushes it up to Crisco. Clara Crisco puts up a mid-range jumper. No good. That's going to be rebounded by Esterlin. Here comes Southland Academy pushing it up the floor. Burrell, top of the key to Esterlin for 3, and she hits it. Mary Esterlin with 8 points. And Southland Academy has cut Glenwood's lead to 1. Griggs swinging it. Johnson driving the lane, puts up a shot. That's going to be no good. Rebounded by Owens and a quick foul. And that's going to be the 4th team foul. But they're not going to call a foul. They did whistle, but it might have been a rebound on Southland, and she just stepped out of bounds. And so Johnson will take it. Underneath the basket. Pass over to Griggs. Griggs puts up a shot. That's off the glass, and it's in. That was a big basket for Glenwood because they really needed it as Southland Academy cut into that lead. It's back to a 3-point lead for Glenwood. Here comes Hart. Hart puts up a shot. No good. Rebounded. It's an offensive rebound. Hart gets it right back. They got the switch. Got a traveling violation. And that is going to go back to the Lady Gators. Johnson takes it across the timeline. Pass over to Griggs. Back inside. Johnson puts up a shot. She'll be fouled. She will go to the line. Emerson White, the sophomore, checking into the game for Glenwood. as we got Mimi Johnson going to the line for the Lady Gators. The winner of this game will take on the winner of Edgewood and Calvary. That will take place at 6 o'clock tomorrow. And Johnson makes 1 of 2. Glenwood leads by 4. Owens to Hart. There's a three-pointer by Owens, and she's get a big basket for Southland Academy. It gets the Lady Raider fan base riled up, and they have cut the lead once again to 1. They just will not go away. Emerson White over to Johnson, trying to set up the screen. Swinging it over to White. White pivoting. Griggs swinging it over to Crisco. Back over to Kayla Davis. And there is a steal by Esterlin. Esterlin. And that is good as number 22. Don't have her on the roster, but she gets a big bucket, and Southland Academy takes the lead. It's 18-17. Griggs driving the lane. Fighting for it. And we get players tied up. It's going to be a jump ball. We got Mary Yiser coming back into the game for the Lady Raiders. Remember, no shot clock in Alabama. Griggs at the top of the key. As Glenwood's got to find a way to respond. There's a tip pass, and that they should have just let that one go. Emerson White was trying to go for it. It was tipped by Southland. Emerson White was trying to reach for it, and it's going to go off of her hand, and it's going to go back to Southland. They can extend this lead. These fans that made that trip from Americus, Georgia, they are getting excited about their team as there's a steal by Emerson White, gives it over to Slocum. The leading scorer for Glenwood puts it off the glass and in. Olivia Slocum with 7 points, and Glenwood regains the 1-point lead here in the first day of the Border Wars. This is the second game that we have done, and there's a steal by Emerson White, but it's going to be off of Landry Hart for Southland. So Glenwood regains the 1-point lead. 2:53 left to go here in the second quarter. Please like and subscribe to the Facebook page and our YouTube channel, Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Richard Holdridge, Toygar, Isla. Thrift Behringer will be here later on today. We've had such an amazing time calling these high school basketball games. As Mimi Johnson's shot was partially blocked. A great job by Yiser getting that down. Here comes some transition offense. Esterling, baseline. Oh, and it's stolen by Anna Grace Griggs, but her foot was on the line. It's going to go back to Southland. Southland Academy, a 3A school out of the GIAA, out of Americus, Georgia. The Lady Raiders, 2-4 on the season. Oh, that was tipped by Anna Grace Griggs. A good job getting it to her teammate Emerson White. Glenwood with a 1-point lead. Over to Slocum. Fires a long three-pointer and hits it. Olivia Slocum. She is in double digits. She's got 10 points. And Glenwood back to a 4-point lead. Oh, and a turnover. Emerson White all the way to Anna Grace Griggs. Griggs off the glass and in. That was one of those plays where it had the fast break opportunity. She was able to set her feet, get the bucket, and it is back to a 6-point lead. Oh, that is blocked by Mimi Johnson. She gets the steal, staying with it. Oh, she lost it. Trying to hope for a foul or a jump ball, and that is going to be a foul on Glenwood as Alder Ray Owens is going to go to the line for two. 1:41 left to go here in the second quarter. Coming up next after this game, we've got the Glenwood boys taking on Abbeville Christian. This is the Border Wars here at the Pit on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And that first foul shot by Owens is no good. Gracie Burrell coming back into the game for the Lady Raiders. Owens makes one of two. It's 24-19. Pass baseline. Johnson draws the foul. Mimi Johnson. She was driving that baseline. She draws the foul with 1:37 left to go until halftime. Johnson is going to go to the line for two. And that first foul shot was off the front of the iron. And Johnson makes one of two. It's 25-19. The lead scorer for Glenwood has been Olivia Slocum with 10 points. And that foot was on the line, it looks like. Oh, they're going to give it back to Southland. Southland down by 6. Esterlin back over to Hart. And that's going to be a turnover on Southland. It's going to go back to Glenwood with 1:27 left to go until halftime. Glenwood leading by 6 points here in the first game of the Border Wars. Mimi Johnson over to Brazil. Brazil looking for a cut. Slocum thought about the three. Over to Brazil. Spin move. Baseline. Off the glass and in. Bobby Taylor Brazil, her first 2 points of the game, and Glenwood's largest lead with 1:04 left to go, up 27-19. Pass over to Esterling. Back over to Hart. Esterling fires a long three-pointer. No good. Rebounded by Brazil. She just pulled that one down, and here comes Olivia Slocum going coast to coast. Pass intended for Griggs. It is stolen by Esterling. She is in all alone, and a good job by Mimi Johnson drawing the foul. She just came out on her blind side and was able to hack at it, and Esterling, with 41 seconds left to go, will go to the line for two. So both the Glenwood Gators and Lady Gators just got done finishing a tournament up in Knoxville, Tennessee. The Lady Gators lost to Carnes 80-48. They defeated Seneca 69-37, and then they took on De La Salle, which I don't think that's the De La Salle in California. That is out of Chicago, Illinois. 39 seconds left to go. Rebounded by Anna Grace Griggs. Slocum with it. Let's see if Glenwood will hold for the final shot. 27-20 is your score. The Lady Gators on top, trying to advance to the winners bracket here in the Border Wars. This is the first year they've done this. Back over to Slocum. Inside of Brazil, puts up a shot up and in, and draw the foul. Bobby Taylor Brazil makes it a 9-point lead, has a chance to extend that lead with the and one. As the Lady Gators 12-5 on the season, here's some upcoming games. On the 2nd of January, they will take on Autauga Academy. As Brazil makes the and one. It's a 10-point lead for Glenwood. 15 seconds left to go. Oh, and a steal by Crisco. Puts up a shot. No good. Rebounded by Esterling. And all alone going coast to coast is Gracie Burrell. But she cannot make the basket, but she does draw the foul with 6.6 seconds left to go here until halftime. Gracie Burrell trying to cut into this Lady Gator lead. Winner of this game will take on Edgewood and Calvary, which are playing tonight at 6 o'clock. That first foul shot's no good. They will play in the winner's bracket tomorrow. We've had a fun day of Border Wars, as earlier today, Lee Scott Academy Lady Warriors defeated Autauga in the girls' bracket. Deerfield Windsor with a big upset over Lee Scott Academy in the boys' bracket. 2 seconds, one. Slocum fires up a shot, no good. And that is the first half here as the Lady Gators come out and they lead 30-21 over Southland Academy. We would like to thank our sponsors: Double Coverage, Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Master Wall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. We'll be back with the start of the second half here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. It's the Border Wars. You don't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back. Back here at halftime as the Glenwood Lady Gators leading Southland Academy 30-21. Here in the Border Wars start of the second half, Glenwood would get the ball first. The leading scorer for the Glenwood Lady Gators is Olivia Slocum with 10 points. For Southland Academy, Alder Ray Owens with 8. Back over to Griggs. Griggs driving the lane, spin move, draws the foul. That is actually going to be a push-off on Anna Grace Griggs. It's going to go back to Southland Academy. They had to take their time to call that one. And Southland Academy, a school in the GIAA, they're in 3A out of Americus, Georgia. They've had multiple state championships in football and baseball. Last time they won a basketball championship was in the 1980s. That three-pointer is no good by Owens, and it's going to be rebounded by Glenwood. Oh, and almost stolen by Owens, and it's going to stay right here with Glenwood. Coming up next, we got the Glenwood Gators, the defending AISA state champions, taking on Abbeville Christian, who's also in the AISA. And that is coming up here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live next. Griggs trying to look for a teammate, trying to find a post player, and taking her time. There's no shot clock in Alabama. Over to Slocum. Slocum's got 10 points. She's driving the baseline, puts up a shot. No good. Tipped back to the Lady Gators and in the hands of Anna Grace Griggs with 30-21 over to Davis. That's going to be a foul on Briley Campbell. Rather, Sophia Blankenship, rather. Palmore over to Davis. Stays with it. Back over to Slocum. Thought about the three. Over to Palmore for a three-pointer in the corner, and it is good. Haley Palmore gives Glenwood a 9-point lead, and that is how you start the second half. You come out and get a big three-point shot, and that is a big block by Takayla Davis. And it's going the other way. There's Slocum. Palmore, coast to coast, puts up the shot up and in. Glenwood on a 5-0 run. It's 34-21. Southland, Landry Hart taking it across the timeline, waiting for that screen. Good defense by Palmore. Baseline. Esterlin, and that is going to stay right here with the Lady Raiders. Over to Blankenship. In the baseline, Owens fires a shot, no good, rebounded by Slocum. Slocum, long pass to Anna Grace Griggs, dribbles, positions herself, off the glass, count the bucket, and she'll go the line for the three-point play. Anna Grace Griggs starting to heat up, and this really, the post play of Anna Grace Griggs, Takayla Davis, and Bobby Taylor Brazil really has been effective for Coach Purdue, but he also has very quick guards. Glenwood does a little mixture of both, running the floor, post play. Takayla Davis, big offensive rebound, nice pass to Haley Palmore, and a cut to the basket, no good. Rebounded by Esterlin, and we're going to get a foul on Glenwood. That's off Haley Palmore. Takayla Davis, she's got several block shots. She's close to double-digit rebounds, but she is yet to be on the score sheet. We're going to take a timeout here as Southland wants to talk it over. 5:43 left to go here in the third. Glenwood leading Southland Academy 36-21. We would like to thank our sponsors, Double Coverage, Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Master Wall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction, as this is the Border Wars, Game 2 of a quadruple header here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Earlier today, we had Lee Scott Academy Lady Warriors defeat Autauga Academy in the winners bracket.
on the boys bracket, Deerfield Windsor out of Albany, Georgia, defeated Lee Scott Academy. They will take on Autauga Academy, who defeated Calvary Christian 60-54. Calvary Christian will take on Lee Scott Academy at 10:30 tomorrow. We will have that game here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live in the consolation bracket.
Timeout over as Southland with the ball, down by 15. Good defense by Anna Grace Griggs. That full court press really is causing some trouble for the Lady Raiders, but that is going to be a quick foul as Glenwood was trying to get the steal. Glenwood is under the leadership of athletic director Tim Fanning, who is also the baseball coach for the Glenwood Gators baseball team. As Esther Lynn going to the rack, and she'll be fouled. Glenwood has had a history of championships in the AISA, as this is the final season in the AISA as they make that transition to the AHSAA Class 3, where they'll be in the same region with Lee Scott Academy, Beulah, and Dadeville. I expect a regional rivalry with the Beulah Bobcats. They're only like 18 miles up the road. That first shot by Owens is no good. Owens makes one of two. She's got 9 points. It's 36-22. Over Slocum, fires a long three-pointer and hits. Olivia Slocum with 13 points. It's 39-22. As the Lady Gators answer back with a big three. This is the largest lead of the game for the Lady Gators, trying to move on in the winners bracket, which will be at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Right back here at the pit. Driving the baseline, and a good defensive rebound by Takayla Davis. Long pass over to Anna Grace Griggs. Olivia Slocum, pass off the glass and up and in. Anna Grace Griggs is in double figures. She's got 10 points. It's 41-22 Glenwood. The Lady Gators trying to get a championship. They came so close last year, losing to Clark Prep in the final. Before that, there's a block by Davis. Before that, they won 2 championships. They won in 2022 and 2021. Going to the line for Southland Academy is Sophia Blankenship. As this Southland Academy team, they've taken on Lakeside School. They lost by 1 to Lakeside School out of Eufaula. Marion County, they have won that game. They're a GHSA school in Class 1. Westfield School, that is a school, Southwest Georgia Academy. Their next game is against Valwood. That's going to be a region opponent. That's going to take place on January the 5th. (41-23) is your score. Glenwood with the ball. Mimi Johnson takes it across the timeline. Back over to Crisco. Over to Brazil. Over in the key. Back over to Johnson. Remember, no shot clock at Alabama. Johnson. And we get a double dribble. Yeah, it's a turnover. She just couldn't make a decision. She was trying to pass. And sometimes when you second guess yourself, you get called for the double dribble. It's going to go back to the Lady Raiders. But they are down 41-23. Driving the lane, and she lost it. Brazil all the way to Anna Grace Griggs. All the way to the rack. Puts it off the glass and in. Anna Grace Griggs has got 12 points, and Glenwood is up by 20. Here comes Hart. There's a long three-point attempt, and Mary Easterland makes it. She's got 10. And Glenwood up by 17. That's one way to answer a big basket. Here's a nice pass. Oh, a nice cut, but just no good by Olivia Slocum, rebounded by Brazil, and she can't make the basket. And Southland can get on a little run here. They don't have the numbers. Little fast break. Glenwood is back there on defense, and we'll get a foul on the Lady Gators. So Southland Academy last year went 23-5. They went 8-2 in the region as they lost to Tiffaria Academy. That was in, I want to say that was the quarterfinals or the semifinal. That had to have been in the championship game. As I'm looking at the bracket for the GIAA for 3A. We got some of the members of the Calvary Christian Lady Knights entering the building. You got Lily Miller. Wanted to check out this action. The winner of Calvary Edgewood will take on the winner of this game. So a good way to scout out the opponent. Just get here early and see some good basketball. This place started getting packed once Glenwood was getting ready to take the floor. I mean, we did have some fans here from Calvary. I've been impressed with the visiting teams and their fans. Southland Academy's got some fans here from Americus making that 1 hour trip. There's a three-pointer by Owens, no good. And right to Crisco, but she's trying to split the defenders. And Griggs trying to come up with it, and looks like we're going to get a jump ball as Owens and Griggs were fighting for it. It's going to stay here with Southland. 2:23 left to go here in the third quarter. As Glenwood up by 15 here in the first game of the Border Wars. It's been a very successful day. We've called the Autauga Academy Calvary Christian game. Autauga won that game 60-54. Inside, nice backdoor cut. Just not enough for a Yezer. And Glenwood comes up with it. There's Olivia Slocum for three. No good. Trying to fight for it is Haley Palmore and coming up with that rebound. But there's a quick foul by Brazil, and it's going to be Owens going to the line as Southland Academy is in the bonus with 1:55 left to go here in the third. Glenwood's already got 5 team fouls. So from here on out, here in the third quarter, Southland Academy will be in the bonus. Owens misses the first. It was off the front of the iron. We got Reeves Young checking into the game for Southland Academy. Owens misses them both, but an offensive rebound by Yizer, and it's stolen by Crisco. And there's a foul on Esterlin. As it goes back to Glenwood. Yeah, Southland Academy lost to Tiffaria Academy in the Final Four last year in the GIAA on the University of West Georgia. Deerfield Windsor was the champions in 3A. Oh, nice backdoor cut. Olivia Slocum pass to Clara Crisco. It's 45-28. There's a pass. It's stolen by Palmore. Here comes a 2-on-1 break intended for Griggs, but it's tipped away by Esterlin. 1:14 left to go. Here in this third quarter, please like and subscribe to the Facebook channel and the YouTube channel, Georgia Alabama Sports Live. That's off the glass. No good. Esterling with the rebound. Here comes Southland Academy. Number 22, E.C. Bailey, checking into the game for the Lady Raiders. There's a pass, Owens, and that is tracked down by Palmore. Haley Palmore, the freshman, she had a lot of playing time as an 8th grader last year. That shot blocked. That was attempted by Claire Graham. And Southland Academy, that no basket. Ref is calling it on the floor. That foul was on Claire Graham. 43 seconds left to go here in the third. Richard Holdridge, Toygar, Isla. Happy to be here from the pit on the campus of Glenwood. That first shot is up and good. To the line is Alder Ray Owens. She has got 10 points so far in this game. And Owens makes them both. 15-point lead for the Lady Gators, trying to advance in the winner's bracket where they will face the winner of Edgewood and Calvary. Crisco fires a long baseline jumper, no good, but a rebound. Brazil with the rebound. She puts it up and in. Bobby Taylor, Brazil's got 7 points. It's 47-30. 20 seconds left to go. Taking it across the timeline is Reeves Young. Swings it over to Esterling. Back out to Gracie Burrell. Esterling with it. 8 seconds. Hart in the corner. 2 seconds. They got to get a shot off. Nothing. Good defense by Glenwood to cause them not to get the shot off. We've played 3 here at the pit as the Glenwood Lady Gators 1 quarter away from advancing here at the Border Wars. They lead Southland Academy 47-30. Here's a time that we have an opportunity to thank our sponsors for sponsoring footage on Georgia Alabama Sports Live of the Border Wars. Double coverage, Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Master Wall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. We'll be back with the 4th quarter right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. It's the Border Wars. It's Glenwood. It's Southland Academy. We'll be back. One more quarter to go in game 2 of 4 games that we are live streaming here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live for the Border Wars. Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast. Glenwood leading Southland Academy 47-30. Here comes the Lady Gators. Kayla Davis, top of the key. Over to Slocum. Inside to Palmore. Gets that one blocked by Esterly. So the leading scorers for Glenwood right now, Olivia Slocum with 13 points. Anna Grace Griggs has got 12. Bobby Taylor Brazil has got 7. For Southland Academy, Mary Esterling with 10 and Alder Ray Owens with 11. Emerson White, here's a shot. No good. Rebounded by Blankenship. Here comes Southland trying to push the floor, and that's stolen by Takayla Davis. Here comes Palmore. Pass over to Slocum. Thought about the 3, driving the baseline. Inside to Takayla Davis, puts up a shot, and she will go to the line for 2. As Takayla Davis, she has been just a dominant post player all season. She is a double-double just about every night, blocking shots, rebounds. She's done it all on the floor. She is just yet to be on the scorebook, trying to get her first points of the game. But really, it's the little things. Anything she could do to help her team win. And she has really just been a phenomenal player for Coach Purdue, as she is a senior and one of the top players on the Glenwood team. And there is a steal. As she tipped that away, it's stolen by Emerson White. And back to Glenwood. It's the little things that she's been doing just to help on the defensive end, getting her teammates involved. Palmore driving the lane, splitting the defenders, puts up a shot, and she'll go to the line for 2. Haley Palmore, she's got 10 points in this game. She is a freshman. Saw a lot of playing time as an 8th grader last year. Remember her last year in the Border Wars. Palmore makes the first. Coming back into the game for Southland is E.C. Bailey. Don't forget, we've got the Glenwood boys taking on Abbeville Christian. That's coming up next here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Palmore makes both of them. She's got 12 points. Glenwood, their largest lead of the game, 49-30 over the Lady Raiders of Southland Academy. Remember, this is a team that went to the Final Four in the GIAA Class 3. And that was partially blocked, but Southland gets it right back. Back over, shot off the glass, no good. Another shot, no good. Bailey puts it up and in. E.C. Bailey, count the bucket. And Bailey will go to the line for the three-point play. Off the glass, no good. Blankenship with the offensive rebound. Back over to Bailey. Bailey, three-point shot by Hart. No good, but a nice rebound and off the glass and in. Right there was Gracie Burrell. Right place, right time. It's a 15-point lead for Glenwood. Griggs, back over to Slocum. Slocum's got a defender in her face. Oh, a nice pass to Anna Grace Griggs. She was wide open on that baseline. She puts it up and in. Griggs has got 14. It's 51-34. Glenwood Lady Gators. Bailey driving the lane. Oh, and she got away with the travel. She took too many steps, but they're gonna say possession arrow Southland. So this Glenwood Gators team, they went 25-7 last year. They lost to Clark Prep Academy 59-49 in the championship. Last year in the Border Wars, they lost to Southland Academy 59-34. So this is a rematch. Bailey, almost stolen by Takayla Davis. Here comes Owens driving the lane, puts it up, no good, rebounded by Palmore. Palmore all the way to Griggs. Griggs, spin move, puts it off the glass, up and in. Just the shot of her positioning her feet and able to just be patient and get that shot off the glass. Very efficient post player and a steal by Griggs. And there's a pass all the way to Haley Palmore, and she puts it off the glass and in. And it is a 19-point lead for the Glenwood Lady Gators. Just an incredible effort. Taking on a Southland Academy team that they lost to in the Border Wars last year. Back over, top of the key, Bailey. Little finger touch, no good. Rebounded by Davis. Pass over to Palmore. 4:45 left to go. Palmore, White, baseline, rattles in and out. Rebounded by Griggs. Griggs picks it up, the shot, no good, and it's going to be rebounded by Landry Hart. There's a pass over to Burrell. Back over. Owens, baseline jumper, no good. Rebounded by Palmore. Palmore. There's a pass all alone. Another fast break point as Olivia Slocum could not miss the easy layup, but she does get fouled. No, they're going to actually say that it was a foul away from the ball. It was a push off. It's going to go back to Southland Academy. So the Border Wars, first day. It's a 3-day tournament. You got private schools from Georgia, private schools from Alabama. How will Georgia adjust to not having a shot clock in Alabama? That's really the key, is that we are playing Alabama rules. They do not have a shot clock in the state of Alabama. Owens, good defense by Cameron White. Emerson White, got it. As Griggs to the line, she'll shoot 2. Coming up next, we got the Glenwood Gators and Abbeville Christian. That is going to be a good one. It's Coach Purdue coaching the Lady Gators here as Griggs misses the first. And he's going to turn around and coach the Gators in the next game. This will be the first time that we have a winner's bracket and a consolation bracket here at the Border Wars. Griggs misses them both. Rebounded by Takayla Davis. Back over to Griggs. Baseline jumper off the glass, no good. Rebounded by Mimi Johnson. She puts up a shot and she draws a foul, and Johnson will go to the line for two. 3:48 left to go here in this game. Glenwood on top over Southland Academy, 55-34, trying to go to 13-5 and trying to advance in the winner's bracket, which will be tomorrow at 6 o'clock against the winner of Edgewood and Calvary. And you can catch all that here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Oh, and Mimi Johnson makes it. 57-34. 3:43 left to go here in this game. And that is partially blocked. And Bailey, that's actually Reeves Young trying to pull down that rebound. And it's going to go back to Southland Academy. So quite the turnaround from last year's Border Wars, taking on a team that went to the Final Four in the GIAA last year, as it has been all Lady Gators against Southland Academy out of Americus, Georgia. Back to the Lady Raiders, Mary Esterlin, who's got 10 points in this game over the Blankenship, top of the key. Should have shot that three. There's a baseline jumper, no good. Rebounded by Brazil, and she walked. It'll be a turnover on Glenwood back to Southland Academy. .321 left to go in this game. Blankenship driving the lane and got it stolen. Here comes Crisco the other way. They don't have the numbers. Crisco waiting for a teammate, puts it off the glass, up and in. Nothing but net, actually, as she positioned herself, and it's 59-34. Glenwood on top with 3 minutes left to go here in this game. They will await the winner. Oh, what a steal by Mimi Johnson. Waiting for it, being patient, puts it off the glass, no good. And she stays with her shot and puts it off the glass and in. And Glenwood, it has been all Glenwood here, 61-34. They will advance to the winner's bracket where they will play tomorrow at 6 o'clock. The winner of Edgewood and Calvary Christian. Off the glass and in, Owens. She's been the leading scorer for the Lady Raiders. She has got 13 points. Glenwood just taking their time. They don't have to rush a shot. Remember, no shot clock in Alabama. As Emerson White puts up a shot, trying to fight for her own rebound. Oh, good hustle by Emerson White. She hits the floor. We're going to get a foul on Southland Academy. Coming up next, we got the Glenwood Gators and Abbeville Christian right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, as we have just exciting action here at the Border Wars. Day one of a 3-day tournament. Emerson White to the line for Glenwood. And that foul shot's no good. We're going to get some substitutions in for Southland Academy, including E.C. Bailey coming into the game, along with Yiser. This Southland Academy team is going to fall to 2-5. And that shot is good, so Emerson White makes 1 of 2. 62-36. As we've had just an incredible action here at the Border Wars, starting with Lee Scott Academy Lady Warriors defeating the Autauga girls. Deerfield Windsor defeats Lee Scott in an upset, and then Autauga Academy defeated Calvary 60-54.
There's a nice backdoor cut, and that is good by Mary Esterlin. Give her 12 points. Less than 2 minutes to go, 62-38. We got some new players coming into the game for Glenwood, to include Claire Graham and Ella Cooper, as Coach Purdue has unloaded his bench. Claire Hargrove coming into the game too. There you go, Mimi Johnson. Minute and a half to go. Johnson puts up a shot off the glass. No good. Rebounded by Yiser, and we're going to get a foul. Just a great effort by the Lady Gators to, and I haven't stressed this enough, to defeat a team that they lost to in the Border Wars last year, a team that went to the Final Four in the GIAA for 3A. Just a great effort by the Lady Gators here this afternoon, day one of the Border Wars. Here comes Bailey, waiting for that screen, gives it over to Campbell. There's a nice pass, but it's broken up. Oh, and Southland gets it right back, but a quick foul on the Lady Gators. That foul is going to be on number 22, Presley Giglo. Yeah, Coach Purdue, he's got a mixture of young players. He's got a mixture of seniors. And Southland gets it right back, and right baseline, and E.C. Bailey with the shot. She's had an impressive night off the bench, 7 points. It's 62-40, less than a minute to go. Glenwood can just hold for the final shot and advance out of here with a win. On to the winner's bracket tomorrow at 6 o'clock. There's Hargrove, baseline. Yeah, Southland still fighting hard in this game. Johnson, 30 seconds. Hargrove trying to stay with it. There's a shot off the glass. No good by Johnson. Tipped over to Southland, 16 seconds. Bailey, coast to coast. Oh, and a block by Mimi Johnson. Now we're going to get a tie-up jump ball with 10.8 seconds left to go. Glenwood will go to 13-5 on the season, and they will advance to take on the winner of Edgewood and Calvary, which we'll have that game here, 6 o'clock tonight. 5 seconds, and stolen by Mimi Johnson. They could just hold and get out of here with the victory. What a performance by the Glenwood Lady Gators as they advance here in the Border Wars. Your final score, Glenwood 62, Southland Academy 40. We're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll have an interview with Coach Purdue, and then we'll have the Glenwood boys coming up against Abbeville Christian right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Welcome back to the pit on the campus of Glenwood. The Border Wars just getting started. I'm here with the head basketball coach of the Glenwood Lady Gators and Gators, Coach Dusty Purdue. Coach, congratulations on the win. This was a team that you lost to last year. They went to the Final Four as a GIAA school. What a turnaround, and you get the win over a tough Southland Academy team. And what really went into picking up this victory and advancing here in the Border Wars?
Well, I'm very aware that they graduated everybody on their team.
Right.
Okay, playing a very young team, they graduated most of their team. So we lost to them twice last year, and they had a really good team led by their coach that did a really, really good job. So I just wanted a chance to play them here because we go there and play later on in January. So it's really just swapping out dates, and that's just the way it ended up.
Coach, talk about this new format in the Border Wars where you have a championship bracket and a consolation bracket. Your team advances to face the winner of Edgewood and Calvary, which will play tonight at 6 o'clock. That game will be at 6 tomorrow. But what went into deciding that we're going to have a winner for the Border Wars in the first season?
I thought about this about 5 or 6 years ago. I mean, it's normally an invitational where you already know who you're playing, but I asked the coaches that were in the tournament would they mind playing an extra day, so basically we could have a winner for a change and have it in the boys' side and the girls' side. And that's what we're doing this year. We're having a consolation bracket and a winner's bracket, and I think it just brings better basketball, another extra day, and we just want people to come out and watch these private school kids play basketball.
Well, coming up next, Coach, you got your boys' team that's about to take on Abbeville Christian. I mean, we've had just a fun day of Border Wars.
Been some really good games.
Exactly.
We've got some left, so
Absolutely.
really excited about this game. I appreciate y'all being here.
Absolutely, Coach, and good luck as your Glenwood Gators getting ready to take on Abbeville Christian. We look forward to covering more games in the upcoming days.
Absolutely.
Next 2 days.
Thank y'all very much.
We're excited about it.
Great job up there.
Absolutely. Thank you, Coach. That is the head basketball coach of the Glenwood Lady Gators and Gators. Coming up next, Coach Dusty Perdue, great interview. We got the Glenwood Gators. Abbeville Christian, that's coming your way. You don't want to miss it right here. It's the Border Wars, live from the campus of Glenwood School on Georgia Alabama Sports.
And same tournament. It's Alabama Sports Live. Earlier today, Calvary lost to Autauga 60-54 in a hard-fought game. Coach Gordon's team has a chance to win the consolation bracket, so there's still a prize ahead for them, and they still have 2 more games tomorrow and Friday. But the Glenwood girls just won against Southland, the team that won the championship last year, made it to the Final Four, and the Gators are now in the semifinals of the winners bracket. They'll play the winner of Calvary and Edgewood coming up after this one. But right now, you got the Glenwood Gators boys team, 10-5 on the season, taking on Abbeville Christian, who is 9-4. These 2 teams had faced off earlier this year, and Glenwood won that game by 8, 61-53. The Gators, led by Coach Dusty Perdue, is again 10-5. Their losses are to Stratford, Autauga, Brookstone, Valiant Cross, and then Halls out of Tennessee. And their Tennessee tournament, they won the consolation bracket. They did lose their first game, and then they won the next 2, so they were consolation bracket champions. 10-5, and Coach Perdue's team trying to defend their state championship from last year. Their starting lineup for the Gators: Levi Pender, Mason McCrane, Jadarian Swag Holloway, Camden White, and Tyler Sykes. Griff Gardner is out. It looks like an ankle injury. We didn't get confirmation on what injury was, but we know he is out. For Abbeville Christian, we got Shaw Crawford. We got Jaden Buchanan. We got Javante Turner. We got J.P. Sowell. And we got, Richard, what is that one right there?
Bryson Davis.
Bryson Davis. So I remember watching these teams face last year.
Yeah, we actually did a game between Abbeville Christian and Glenwood.
Yeah, and Abbeville actually was a top 10 team and made, I think, to the Final Four in 2A. This year they're 9-4. They did lose their leading scorer from last year. They returned their big man and Javante Turner. And with that, Mason McCrane wins the tip, and we're underway here at the pit. 3 days of high school basketball. Glenwood and Calvary are the 2 Columbus schools that many people will know. Well, you got Lee Scott, Deerfield, Windsor, Southland, Abbeville Christian, Autauga, Edgewood are some of the other schools that are in this tournament. Zone defense. How about Camden White? Pump faking Camden White, pulling up from 15 feet and not able to hit the jump shot. Here comes Abbeville on the run. The winner of this game faces the winner of Southland, and I think it's Edgewood. Yes, Southland and Edgewood tonight at 7:30. Right. It will be the last game of the night. So you got this game. You got Calvary taking on Edgewood girls at 6, and then at 7:30 it's Southland boys and Edgewood boys. Winner will play the winner of this game, and then the losers will play each other. Sykes, nice job pump faking, and Javante Turner sends that one out of here. Javars Turner. And an and one from the guys, Mr. Turner, who is 6'5", 325. Definitely played football, and is also a monster on the court.
Yeah, you mentioned Abbeville Christian. The Generals are in the AISA Class 2. They've lost to Lee Scott. They've lost to Springwood. I mean, they lost to some top teams in the AISA. But like you mentioned, 9-4 on the season. This is the second matchup, as they did lose to Glenwood 61-53 on the 9th of December.
And one of their leading scorers is Turner, along with Buchanan. Turner, the big guy, who's putting up 15 and 13 rebounds a game. My man is a double-double machine, and you see he is a load to handle. And right now, Abbeville's up 3-0 here.
Yeah, Jaden Buckhannon is the leading scorer for Abbeville Christian with 15.4 points a game.
And there goes Shy Crawford, who misses the layup.
Yeah, they got balanced scoring. Javars Turner, Shy Crawford.
They got a three-headed monster of Buchanan, Turner, and Crawford. Gators, three-pointer, Pender, corner, no short.
Yeah, I would let Pender just continue to shoot. I mean, they'll eventually fall through. He is just an assassin behind the arc.
And there's an assassin on the other end. Shy Crawford knocks down the three, and Gators are down 6 here. McCrane to White, down to Sykes, short corner. Sykes makes a good move, back out to Pender. Pender straight on three, short. Rebound McCrane. McCrane, and good position, good rebound from him. You're not going to stop someone that physical. And Mace McCrane finally gets Glenwood on the board, 6-2 here.
Yeah, Abbeville Christian did not do a good job boxing him out. Mason McCrane was right place, right time, putting up the shot.
Crawford, other wing, misses. And I think we're going to get a foul.
Thrift, you mentioned that we saw Griff Garner. He is not in uniform,
No.
but I did see Dallas Crow. We'll get a chance to see Dallas Crow for the first time in a Gators uniform. I know he's played in previous games, but the games that we have live streamed in Georgia Alabama Sports Live, I talked to him the last game when they took on Calvary, and he was out with an injury, but he looks good to go.
So, again, Richard, you called the first 2 games, and he has done a great job with Georgia Alabama Sports Live, right in the hands of Sykes, who gets fouled. That ball went through 3 red jerseys. Nobody touched it, and in the hands of Sykes, who gets fouled. But we've had a lot of fun here. Muskogee County Christmas Tournament last week came down to the wire. Both championship games as the Carver boys and the Hardaway girls were the champions. Sykes makes the first. And we're actually going to get a championship here. I like that.
We're going to get a championship in the Border Wars. This is going to be incredible.
And we may add a broadcast, too, depending on how Pacelli does in their respective Lee County tournament. And look at Sykes.
He's just throwing one up on the floor.
I can't believe he tried to do that. And Holloway gets an easy steal, and Sykes gets back up and gets a layup.
Yeah, great steal by Jadarian Holloway, the freshman, who's also known, his nickname is Swag.
His dad gave us some swag
Got some
for
shirts,
Prez.
yeah, swag for Prez. And on the coach's show, Coach Purdue was wearing his gear, too.
How about that? I saw that. Buchanan, how about tough
what a
off the
shot.
gloss.
Jaden Buckhannon.
Buckhannon. No, you know what? That's Buckhannon.
Yeah,
Buckhannon. Good. Nice job, Richard. Because
Yeah,
you would have
Max
been
Preps,
B-U-C-H. It's B-U-C-K.
B-U-C-K.
Bad pass from Cameron White, and here comes Abbeville.
Yeah, this was a team that went 16-8 last year.
All the way, Buchanan, nobody stops him, but he misses the lay. Levi Pender's going to drive out to Swag. Nice no-look dime, and then McCrane gets fouled.
Oh, but what a pass by Swag.
And remember, he is only a freshman.
Yeah, he played for Calvary Christian, yes, last year. His first year with Coach Purdue, Glenwood. Just got a bright future in this Glenwood program. Just a great point guard, a slasher to the basket. By the way, speaking of slashers to the basket, I know Calvary did lose 60-54 to Autauga, but T.J. Benson had 29 points.
Yeah, I saw a stat that was put up by our friends over at Double Coverage. Shout out to Jerome Bryant. And the stat said that T.J. Benson, the second lead scorer in the Tri-City area.
Nice.
22 points a game.
Absolutely. I'm guessing Tony Montgomery is number one.
Number one with 24 a game. And then there's 2 Pacelli guys, and T.J. Smith.
Jaden's Ford.
And
yeah.
Jaden's Pookie Ford.
Just been great basketball in the Tri-City area. And we get to just cover it in the last 2 weeks with the Muskogee County Christmas Tournament and now Border Wars.
And same thing we did last year. This is what really was a catalyst and the catapult for our live streaming.
It truly has been.
To turn into what it is today here at Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Javaris Turner, nice pass going up and missing. And here's Lamont Turner. And here comes Glenwood on the run. Swag. Nice pass, wide open McCrane.
Yeah, that's gonna
excellent
be easy.
vision from the point guard, slowing the game down. Sometimes, as we talked about with Coach Purdue, he gets ahead of himself, and that happens when you're young, but very talented point guard as Jadarian Holloway is. And right there, he just slowed it down, found the open man in the tie game. And then how about on the other end, my man Jaden Buchanan knocking down a straight on three and puts Abbeville Christian up again by 3. Holloway, McCrane, short corner, up to Pender. Pender, straight on 3, air mails it.
Yeah, I mean, he was open for that shot, but, Pender is normally, he likes that corner.
And not only
loves that corner.
And I agree with you, but also as a former shooter, that up there at the top of the key, the worst thing you can do is second-guess yourself. And I thought he second-guessed himself, then he let it go, and then obviously it was off the mark. But as soon as it touches his hand, he should have let that go. Another three-pointer. Nobody's stepping up on Buchanan. And back-to-back threes has Abbeville Christian up by 6 now with 2:15 remaining here in the first.
6-0 run, both three-pointers by Jaden Buchanan. He's got 8 points. For the Abbeville Christian Generals, which their girls team got a bye in the first round of the Border Wars, so they'll advance.
Holloway. McCrane gets the rebound and misses the putback. Good hustle into the hands of White. White will drive. He hits it off the front iron. And Abbeville Christian throws it up ahead to Buchanan, and Buchanan misses the layup, but then able to clean it up off the gloss. It's J.P. Soul. And now Abbeville is up by 8, and I know that it's making Coach Purdue unhappy. Effort. Gators down by 8. White to Turner. Turner to McCrane. McCrane pump fakes. McCrane gets it blocked and misses the layup. And here comes Shaw Crawford, and he hits it tough high off the glass. And Abbeville's up by 10. They're having an avalanche. Ever since the game tied at 8, a 10-0 run for Abbeville Christian. Lamont Burton in the game with White, who's going to shoot a 3, and he airmails it. Nothing falling for Glenwood.
Yeah, I think this is one of those, well, they just got to get a momentum, a transition bucket to stop the bleeding.
Well, how about a McCrane turnover? Holloway's going to drive. Holloway's going to miss. Good hustle, and then Turner is all alone for the smoke layup. Gets the ball back and then gets fouled.
Yeah, that was a good job by Camden White on that foul. I mean, Javaris Turner, he is just ultimate post player. I remember seeing him last year. I mean, he's just one of those threats that you want to just try to stop, with defending him, and that's why they were able to get the foul. He'll go to the line, trying to extend this Abbeville lead.
Turner misses the first free throw. So the winner of this game will face again the winner of Southland and Edgewood. Earlier today, Deerfield Windsor face off against a really good Lee Scott team. Both of them are really good. Coming in the game, Lee Scott was 8-0. Deerfield Windsor was 8-2. They did face each other a few weeks ago, and Deerfield lost 34-32 at Lee Scott. This time they avenged that with a 57-52 win. So now Deerfield is in the semifinals to take on Autauga tomorrow, who beat Calvary by 6, and Lee Scott and Calvary will play at 10:30 for the consolation bracket semifinal.
Yeah, we've had good matchups so far here in the Border Wars. Started at 9 o'clock this morning with the Lee Scott girls taking on the Autauga girls.
Holloway.
Oh, what a shot.
Knocks down a big-time 3. Good look and good find from Mason McCrane. And a much-needed basket to stop the bleeding momentarily for the Gators, who are down by 8. Abbeville will get the last shot of the quarter. Deep 3 from Buchanan and missed. And at the end of 1, Abbeville Christian 19 and Glenwood 11. Today's sponsorships are brought to you by, and today's game is brought to you by Double Coverage. Thank you to Jerome Bryant. Sports Visions. We'll be back tomorrow in studio. Richard,
oh, yeah.
Me and you will be there for an hour-long show during the Border Wars tournament. State Farm, Carol Purdue. Terry Johnson Agency, both them all season long been a big sponsor of ours. Thank you so much. How about Mike and Ed's Barbecue? You need someone to cater for New Year's. We got the big-time semifinals coming up. We got Georgia, Florida State. You need the perfect place for catering. Mike and Ed's, the best barbecue around, thanks to Chase Cook. Superior Roofing, thank you to Cody Dykes, a former Glenwood alumnus who was a sponsor of ours for all your roofing needs. Superior Roofing and they're located in Auburn. You got Columbus State University. I'm an alumni of them. And Jay Sparks doing a great job with the AD, and the boys and girls teams are getting better each and every week. Shout out to Coach Howard and Coach Robert Moore, so thank you to Columbus State. How about Rocket? My guy, Greg Ballard. For all things you want to do when it comes to stonework, outside finishes, whether you do stonework outside around a fireplace or whatever it may be, if you're interior or exterior designing and it comes to stone and cabinets, Rocket will take care of you. Greg Ballard, thank you so much, longtime family friend, and we appreciate Rocket. And make sure to give them a call. You can visit their website at rocketsolution.com. And I just had, I'm sorry, everyone that is listening right now. They can hear all the rumbling. You can call their office at 334-560-3034. That is the president of Rocket Stone Masonry and Siding Contractors, located in 4008 Opelika Road. That is 334-560-3034 is the office number to get a quote today. Also thanking you to Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Masterwall Incorporated. We'll talk to our guy Grant Smith in a minute. And Behringer Construction, second quarter underway here. Richard, give us some stats you got so far.
All right, so leading the way for Abbeville, Jaden Buchanan.
And one from Buchanan.
Well, he's got 15 points. About to make it 60. Up.
Not 15. You meant 10 points.
He's got 10. All right.
It's okay. Either way, he's having a phenomenal first half.
I'm tallying these up. Anyway, and then leading the way for Glenwood, Mason McCrane's got 4 points. But, yeah, phenomenal first half by Jaden Buchanan.
Buchanan misses that, but look at the rebound by Crawford. Just hustling to the ball more is Abbeville Christian. Drive, Crawford, fouled.
They're doing a good job drawing fouls.
And I'm not seeing the effort. It just seems like the body language of the Gators is not into this game. And I know that is going to get Coach Purdue fired up, and his team's down by 10 here in the Border Wars first round.
I do think, Thrift, they are missing the spark of Griff Garner, because anytime we saw a game where Griff Garner
his
and
leadership.
Jadarian Holiday,
right.
It's that leadership. It's also controlling the backcourt. I love just that 1-2 combo of Griff Garner and Jadarian Holiday in the court at the same time.
I just want to say thank you again to everyone that is supporters of ours, and Merry Christmas, and we hope you have a happy holiday and a happy New Year coming up. And we'll be broadcasting through 2024 as well. Pender, pull-up jump shot. Short, no good.
Yeah, these shots aren't falling for Glenwood. They got to get back into a rhythm.
Look at that pass. Sykes.
One way to do it is force turnovers.
Good pass to White, who gets fouled. How about Sykes, the big man, leading the fast break?
Yeah, he was injured in that Southern Prep game. He came back when they took on Calvary Christian here at the pit. It was about a month ago, a couple weeks ago, rather. But, yeah, it's good to see Tyler Sykes. He's a good post player.
Great post player.
He just – well, I meant good. Great. I'm just trying to keep it level. But, yeah, Tyler Sykes just doing an amazing job on the post.
And misses.
Oh, what an offensive rebound.
The free throw. That ball goes out of bounds, and it's going to stay with the Gators.
And I want to remind you, Thrift, a lot of these players are multi-sport players. We're familiar with them on the football field. But Tyler Sykes was the number 2 starting pitcher to Jacob Page on that Glenwood run to the state championship, and they won it all.
Good pass to Sykes. Sykes, pump fake. Sykes gets fouled.
Yeah, that foul right there is going to put Tyler Sykes back on the line. Abbeville Christian went 19-8 last year, as they did lose to Autauga Academy in the AISA state playoffs. Autauga is actually a 2A school in football. They are in the same region as Glenwood, as a 3A school, but they'll be the final year in the AISA. I'm not sure if Abbeville Christian is going to be making that transition anytime soon.
I don't think so.
We haven't heard any word about them making that transition. But we do know that Glenwood and Lee Scott are going to be in the same region.
And think about this, next year, he'll be able to invite now public schools in this. So who knows?
That will be amazing, especially making that transition to the AHSAA.
Three-pointer
Wow.
is good from Soul. And right now, everything falling from beyond the arc for Abbeville Christian. They're up by 13. White drives. White loses it to Sykes. Sykes goes up strong and gets an and one.
Give it to him.
Nice job by Tyler Sykes on the bigger defender, getting him off his legs into his chest with an and one.
Well, they needed to get something going because this was the largest lead for Abbeville Christian. He could try to cut it to 10. Good hustle. Oh, almost. Mason McCrane almost had that one. It just slipped out of his fingers.
Right now, the difference in the game has been three-pointers. Abbeville's got 4 or 5 already, and Glenwood's got 1.
Yeah, Glenwood currently 10-5 on the season. They are 1-1 in the region. They just got back from a Christmas tournament up in Knoxville, Tennessee, as they took on teams like Halls, Granger, Cosby. They did win 2 games in that tournament.
Drive. Block. What a
block.
block,
Wow.
Richard.
Great block by Mason McCrane. You try to drive the lane, Mason McCrane's gonna get it out of there. It stays with Abbeville though.
Buchanan. Pull up jump shot. No good. Rebound. Good rebound from Tyler Sykes. And here comes the Gators.
That's what Glenwood's got to hope, that Abbeville starts missing shots and Glenwood gets back on transition offense.
Bryson Davis missed the 3. Levi Pender, 3, no. Ball goes right into Camden White, and he misses.
But that was a good tip by Mason McCrane.
Right into the hands. It was almost like a tip pass. And going to the line now is Buchanan.
So Abbeville Christian, they are located in a little town called Abbeville, Alabama. If you don't know where Abbeville, Alabama is, well, it's between Eufaula and Dothan. It's about an hour and a half away.
Yeah.
You know, and really, I've been impressed with the fans from the teams that are out of this area. So we had a lot of fans from Southland Academy, Autauga Academy, and we got the fans from Abbeville Christian represented here today as well.
27-14. Holloway's going to shoot a deep 3. Not able to make it. Sykes gets the rebound. Sykes goes up strong, and it finally gets a toilet bowl roll into the bucket, and it's back to 11. Gators need to stop defensively. Soul, another 3, short. Make that long, and here comes Pender. Pender going to take the charge. No, he's going to throw it out to Holloway. Holloway throws it to White, and White goes up. Makes it a 9-point game. Nice job by Camden White scoring on that one. Good transition basketball from the Gators.
Yeah, they get some transition buckets, just get that momentum going, and they got to get a stop here, and they got to find a way to close out this half.
Soul misses that one. Ball goes out of bounds, and here.
Yeah, we're starting to see the other teams for the next game. Calvary Christian, Edgewood, that's coming up next on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
So Gators need it. See if they can get a run here. Halfway through the second.
Got to find a way to close out this quarter.
White. 2-3 zone has been giving Glenwood trouble. Sykes, good pass to McCrane. McCrane goes up, misses, gets his own rebound, goes up again and gets fouled.
Yeah, that's a physical effort by Mason McCrane to get his own rebound off the missed shot. And he just puts a body up there, draws the foul, and he's going to earn his points at the line, trying to cut into this Abbeville Christian lead.
And McCrane just taller than everyone out there. So now he'll shoot 2. The Border Wars. And our coverage of it. We appreciate everyone. That includes double coverage, Sports Vision, how about State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Masterwall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. So again, thank you to Superior Roofing for all your roofing needs. How about Tyler Sykes? No, but Kyan in was swag, and he couldn't get the rebound.
Huge sequence there.
They're not able to make the shot. And they're going to say a push and foul. And also checking in the game now for the Gators is number 5, River Baker. So Soul will go to the line to shoot 2.
Yeah, River Baker's had some pretty impressive minutes off the bench the last couple of games that we called here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. As this Abbeville Christian Generals team is led by their head coach, Ryan Langford.
Yep, Coach Langford was there last year. Again, made a decent run. And we'll pull up their schedule from last year, Richard, and see how they did, how they fared out. I know they made it at least to the Final Four.
Yeah, they went 19-8, and they did lose to 16-8. They were 4-0 in their region. Remember, they lost to Glenwood on January 28th, 69-45. We were there.
We were there for that. It was the last game. It was a senior night for the Gators.
Yeah, they did lose to Autauga Academy 62-58. That was in the semifinals of the AISA.
How about that? Sykes tried to force it into McCrane, and ball goes out of bounds. As bad as Glenwood has played in this game, they're only down 10, and they've only given up 28 points. River Baker had to come and get that, almost a turnover. Sykes. Holloway. Remember, no shot clock, as Richard just talked about here in Alabama.
Yeah, how will the Georgia teams make that adjustment, not having a shot clock? Although these are both Alabama teams, so they're used to it.
Holloway's going to do a step-back 3 and get it to go.
What a shot.
And the only 2 threes Glenwood's got this game so far has been from number 11. 7-point game. Could that be the momentum boost they needed?
They got to just chip away at this lead. Get some stops.
Soul, he'll shoot a deep 3, and he'll can it. JP Soul says, if you don't step up, I'll let it fly. And every time Glenwood gets it within striking distance, Abbeville answers right back.
Yeah, that was a good answer by JP Soul.
Holloway loses the Brock.
Yeah, it's going to stay here with Glenwood. Yeah, let's hope that referee is okay. He took a collision there, and looks like he'll be fine.
So Holloway and Sykes are going to come out. Lamont Burton and White are in now. Calvary Girls coming up next. White, McCrane. McCrane goes right into the chest of number 25, Bryson Davis. Excuse me, not Bryson Davis. Jamarcus George, the 6'3 junior. Three-pointer on the way, airmail, but rebounded. And Buchanan's gonna get it, but here comes Turner with the rebound. White all the way. White with a block.
And he'll go to the line for 2. A minute left to go. And Glenwood can cut into this lead with momentum going into the locker room.
Can make this a 6-point game, but free throws have also not gone down.
No, not at all. But you could tell this Abbeville Christian team is much improved from the team that Glenwood faced, which they've already faced this year.
First shot good for Camden White.
But this was a team that lost in the Final Four to Autauga Academy, which would go on to lose to Edgewood which is playing later tonight.
Yeah, in the championship. Edgewood boys place off against Southland. I do think it's a new Edgewood team because Edgewood has a losing record. Last year went 23-4, won the state championship. How about Abbeville with a turnover? And Glenwood, 53.1, can really hold for the last shot and take it in.
Really
only
can.
down by 5, which I know Coach Purdue would take.
I would take it.
Lamont, good pass to
What a
McCrane.
pass.
McCrane gets fouled.
That might be a bonus foul because that's their 5th team foul. He's going to be shooting the bonus here.
Yep, 2 shots in the bonus.
Nope, they are.
Nope, they are going to say 2 shots
They
because the
are?
referee at midcourt saying
McCrane was lined up like he was going to inbounds the pass, but yeah, they started lining up. Yeah, you got to watch out for those fouls. They reset every quarter, but those fouls come quickly.
McCrane misses the first. Brendan Glenwood's probably missed 5 free throws already this game. And where they could be if they've hit their free throws. Second one. No good, but right there to clean it up is why he gets it again, and then finally one goes down, and it's a 5-point game. So free throws don't go down. The first putback doesn't go down. Camden White says, I'll go up again.
That was effort by Camden White, getting 2 offensive rebounds on that transition and gets the bucket.
Can't let Soul let it go. Remember, he is the shooter.
Got to defend the 3.
They're going to hold it for the last shot. He's going to go baseline, throw up a wild one. George gets the rebound. Soul thought about letting it go. Down to 3, so this will be the final possession. Doesn't get hit anything.
Yeah, he was trying to draw the foul, but that was actually good defense by Glenwood.
Yeah, and that's not a foul. And that was actually excellent defense, as you talked about, Richard. And at the end of the first half, the Gators got down as many as 12. They go into the half only down 5. This coverage of the Border Wars tournament is brought to you by Double Coverage, Sports Vision, State Farm, Carroll Purdue. You want to quote? Call Carroll Purdue. That's for the Phenix City side. For the Georgia side, we got Terry Johnson Agency. Thank you to Jeremy Crosby, and give them a call for their quote, church, life, home, auto. Superior Roofing, all your roofing needs. Cody Dykes, and we appreciate him and the support he has given us. For all your roofing needs, make sure to give them a call, Superior Roofing. Columbus State University. Thank you to Columbus State for their support of us, and Jay Sparks. Rocket for all your masonry, stone, cabinets. Rocket can take care of you, specifically Greg Ballard. Make sure to give them a call. Happy Hour Bar and Grill. That's a place you can eat and enjoy food all the time. It's where we do our shows at. So thank you to Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Maxwell Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. We will be back after this.
Welcome back to the pit on the campus of Glenwood. It is the Border Wars halftime. Abbeville Christian leading the Glenwood Gators 31-26. But a good job by Glenwood closing out that second quarter. They do have the basketball. Camden White over to Holloway, passing it to Sykes, trying to get movement. Holloway, he does have 2 threes, 6 points for the Gators. Pender passing it over to White. Remember, no shot clock in Alabama. Tyler Sykes takes a long 3. Rebounded by Mason McCrane, puts it up and in. Mason McCrane, great rebound and a putback. He's got 8 points.
Nice job by Mason McCrane scoring there. So like you said, Richard, Glenwood down by 5, scores early, and they're only down 3. There may be a traveling that wasn't called. Crawford drives. He goes right into the hands of McCrane. What a block.
What authority.
Good pass to Pender from White. 1-point game. Glenwood coming out hot here in the second half.
Yeah, they're starting out this second half on a 4-0 run, and they did a great job closing out that first half.
Step in 3, no.
And that was contested by McCrane. Great job with the contested 3.
Pender. Crossing, Pender loses the rock. Here comes Buchanan. Buchanan drives. Buchanan blocked. They're going to call a foul on Sykes.
Yeah, it was very close, but yeah, Buchanan's going to go to the line for 2. But a good job by Glenwood getting back into this game. They only trail by 1. Winner of this game will take on the winner of Edgewood and Southland Academy, which is going to be later tonight at 7:30. That will take place after the Calvary girls and Edgewood girls. As Buchanan, he's got 11 points. The leading scorer for Abbeville Christian. Lamont Burton checks back into the game. Get some size in the post for Glenwood, along with McCrane. Oh, they're trying to save it. Oh, great job by Crawford. Gets his own rebound. They just the hustle with Abbeville. They've really done a good job. Oh, I'm sure that was an offensive foul.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that was a good call by the ref.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Turner.
really,
He extended his arm, Richard.
and he's like a freight train. Javars Turner, just that size, and you're going up against Jadarian Holloway, and of course Holloway is going to end up moving, but a good job by Holloway planting his feet. It's a 2-point game for Abbeville Christian.
32-30. Can Glenwood tie it or take the lead? Holloway, nobody stopping him, misses. Ball goes in the hands of Abbeville. The Generals coming out with it.
And he traveled.
And they're going to get a traveling on Abbeville.
Yeah, we've had a good day of coverage so far here in the Border Wars. This is game 3 of 4 games that we'll be covering today. It started with Calvary losing 60-54 to Autauga Academy, which they were up 19-8 to start out that game. But Autauga outscored them 18-3 in the second. We got a foul.
They're going to give him a tech. They're going to give J.P. Soul a tech for making comments to the referee.
Yeah, you got to watch your comments, especially
but that's where
you
you let the coaches take care of that.
Exactly. You can't get heated with these refs. They're going to tee you up every time.
Misses the first.
Yeah, Levi Pender's had a quiet night. He's only had 2 points.
You just see the ball go in the hoop, and there you go. And now they get the ball. So now 32-31. And Abbeville Christian's going to take a timeout. We will too. Double coverage. Sports Vision, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Master Wall Incorporated, and Barringer Construction. Thank you for the sponsorship of Border Wars here on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back here. Gators down by 1 here at the Border Wars. If they win this game, they'll play tomorrow at 7:30.
Yeah, they'll play the winner of Edgewood Southland. That's going to be at 7:30 later tonight.
By the way, Pacelli's playing the Lee County tournament.
Taking on a school we're familiar with in the same region as Carver and Columbus, Daughtry. Well, they really like playing those GHSA schools.
Yeah, they do, and they're playing Daughtry right now.
Yeah, Doherty out of Albany.
McCrane. The Turner. Good pass to McCrane. McCrane. Turn around, no. Turner almost had a rebound, but McCrane didn't use the backboard. Probably should have there and would have gave Glenwood the lead. Buchanan. Wild drive. And they're going to say he was fouled.
Jaden Buchanan, he does have 11 points. He's only a sophomore. I mean, he's one of those drive to the basket type players that can also shoot. Kind of reminds me of TJ Benson at Calvary. I mean, there's some players that just the similarities. As Buchanan does make the first.
Nice job by Buchanan. So coming up next, Calvary taking on girls, taking on Edgewood, who's 15-2. The Calvary girls taking on a really good Edgewood program. Right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Yeah, Edgewood's one of the top teams in the AISA. I mean, they play at the AA level, but they're still just one of the best teams. We saw their boys team win the state championship.
McCrane. Sykes. He's going to shoot a three. Short. Rebound, Buchanan. Here comes Abbeville. Drives. Buchanan finishes. And gives Abbeville the 5-point lead. Glenwood got it to as close as 1. And then Abbeville, 4-0 scoring run.
Yeah, Buchanan's just that instant offense for Abbeville.
White. Sykes. Straightaway three. Knocks it down. The big man says, we can't get it to go from downtown. I will. Big time shot.
Huge shot. He's got 10 points. Great job just finally getting it to go down.
Crawford loses it. Pender's got it. Pender behind the back. Pender all the way. Euro step. No call. Foul on Walt and White. I don't know if he'll go to the line or they're going to call it on the floor.
Yeah,
Nope, they are going to say it's a shooting foul. They're going to say that he was trying to do a putback.
Yeah, he's got a chance to tie this ball game if he makes both of them.
First free throw is good. It's Camden White. We're also, if you can hear us, we're also over here in the
visitor section.
In the visitor section. And they've been letting the referees have it the whole time.
Also,
White misses the second.
You can hear just about everything in this gymnasium.
Yeah, it is very quiet in here right now, except for the squeaking of the shoes. And Javaris Turner gets an and one on Sykes. And it kind of confused on what Sykes did other than just turn around, and Turner just went right into his body. So now River Baker will check in for Sykes.
Yeah, this Glenwood team 10-5 on the year, 1-1 in Region 1 in the AISA. They did defeat Abbeville Christian 61-53 down in Abbeville.
Turner makes this free throw, and it's a 4-point game, 39-35. Three-pointer, good! River Baker knocking it down in the corner for three. Back to a 1-point deficit for the Gators.
Huge shot by River Baker.
Halfway through the third. Drive. Scoop layup is good from Buchanan.
Instant offense. He's got 16 points. He's been the go-to player for Abbeville when they need a big bucket.
White, good pump fake, and just doing the spin move and giving Javaris Turner the business on those moves. Back and forth they go here at the Border Wars. Buchanan gets fouled.
Yeah, I think Buchanan at this point, he's taking the game over for Abbeville. If they need a big bucket, they're going to run that offense through Buchanan. Because he is just a slasher, drive to the basket, try to get a bucket any means necessary.
And
yeah, he missed
as Rasheed Wallace used to say, ball don't lie.
Yep.
Every time they would call a foul, the great Rasheed Wallace back in his Pistons days, and the guy that he supposedly fouled missed the free throws, he would say, ball don't lie.
By the way, that championship team, no top 75 players on that team.
That's crazy.
That is. I thought Chauncey
should have been
a top,
finals MVP.
Absolutely.
42-40, McCrane trying to bully Turner and misses. Ball goes into Baker's hands. Baker gets it out to Holloway. Holloway to McCrane. McCrane, hot pass, not able to collect it, and Turner rips it right from him. It was a good pass. Buchanan gets fouled. It's a one-man wrecking crew. Buchanan is just going 100 miles an hour to the rack every single time. And if you're the Gators, if you learn to just stop that, you'll be fine.
Yeah, so that's one thing they haven't been able to do is Jaden Buchanan. He's got 17 points. He averages 15.4 points a game.
Misses the free throw.
Yeah, but he's got to make his free throws. He's missed several of his free throws here in this sequence. So that should be what Glenwood should do, is try to make them earn it at the line.
Misses both.
Oh, that was a huge misses.
And here comes Holloway. Holloway to the rack. Misses.
Little too much on it. I like the move, just going down coast to coast.
It would have been the first tie game since the first quarter. Gators just cannot get it tied. Driving is Shy Crawford, who misses it off the glass.
Great defense again by Mason McCrane to contest the shot.
White, the Pender thought about shooting. It's going to go baseline, out to Baker. Baker pump fakes, brings it back out smartly.
Yeah, just take your time, and there's no shot clock here, so you just take your time.
Pender, he'll shoot a deep three. He misses. McCrane rebounds. McCrane. And they're going to call call blocking.
Yeah, that was a foul. Abbeville wanted the travel.
It wasn't going to be a travel. It was going to be either a offensive foul or a block, and they decided to go with the block.
Well, they thought when McCrane was falling to the ground, he still had the ball in his hands. They thought that was going to be a travel. It's the MVP, the person that mops the sweat on the floor, just does a great job there. Now we're going to have a foul shot coming up. Or, no, it's going to be – it looks like they're lining up for – no, they're going to inbounds it underneath the basket.
Good pass to McCrane, and he gets fouled and no call.
Where's the call?
Gets his arm taken off from Turner and no call.
Yeah, the refs missed that one.
Soul thought about letting it fly.
He's got a big three in this game.
He's got a few big threes.
Yeah.
Shy Crawford loses the rock. Stolen. Great defense. Good pass to Holloway. Holloway misses. Nothing falling right now for Glenwood to tie this game. And Buchanan throws it off of Baker smartly because he was in trouble. But Richard, 3 straight possessions, layups, and just can't get them to go.
Not at all.
131 in the third. Gators down 2.
But I think they've been doing a good job forcing the turnovers, making Abbeville earn it at the line.
3-pointer from Crawford. Air mails it. Crawford's got 2 straight turnovers and an air ball. Up ahead to White. Bad pass from Holloway.
And that was in traffic.
Here comes Buchanan. Buchanan, bad shot. And another miss. Nothing falling for either team. And finally, Buchanan throws up a prayer while falling away and finally ends a scoring drought for both teams.
Yeah, Buckhannon's had an amazing game for Abbeville Christian. He's got 19 points. He's just got to find a way.
Good pass to Baker.
Oh,
and Baker misses. He pump fakes. He goes up. He gets fouled.
Smart foul, but River Baker gets the offensive rebound.
And I understand good hustle from Baker, but you got to make those shots. If you're Glenwood right now and you just – it seems like there's a lid on the rim.
Absolutely.
Leading scorers for the game, Richard.
Yeah, Jaden Buckhannon, he's got 19 points. For Glenwood, you got Tyler Sykes has got 10. Mason McCrane's got 8. Jadarian Holloway, he's really had a quiet night. 6. I mean, he's had some pretty good passes, good steals. Camden White, 7 points. Some big buckets, big-time offensive rebounds, physical player in the post.
Baker makes the second. It's a 3-point game, and if you're Abbeville, you're probably going to hold this for the last shot as Coach Langford is telling his point guard Buchanan to slow down. Crawford, who's got turnovers, I would force him to make a play. Turner's going to, in turn, shoot a 3 and knock it down.
Huge 3.
How about that the 3 from the big man?
Post player could shoot it from behind the arc. He just said, you know what, I'm going to take this one.
47-41. See if Gators, Baker, Holloway, he's going to shoot a deep 3. He's going to rim out. White saves it and throws it off of Crawford into Baker's hand. And Baker hits a 3. River Baker knocking it down.
They needed that one.
Buchanan, and we got a fourth quarter for you here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Gators down by 3. Game is brought to you by, and all of them here on the Border Wars Tournament, by Double Coverage, Sports Vision, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing. Thank you to Cody Dykes and Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Master Wall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. We'll be back after this. Welcome back here in coverage of the Border Wars. Brought to you by Double Coverage, Sports Vision, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Massarock Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. 47-44. Start of the fourth. Abbeville and Glenwood, both teams that made it to the Final Four and won a championship. Glenwood, Final Four for Abbeville. Both teams are expected to do the same thing this year. How about that? But it goes right in the hands of Turner. Great defense. Bad shot from Buchanan. White's got it. White goes up strong and finishes. Nice job by Camden White. Back to back baskets from both teams. It's still a 3-point game.
Yeah, it's a one-possession game. Glenwood's just got to get a stop. I mean, just got to stay with Abbeville. Abbeville's been getting big buckets.
Soule's going to drive. Soule's going to get fouled. They're going to say Levi Pender. with the push, with the blot, and they're going to call it, is it shooting?
They're saying it's going to be they're lining up like it's a shooting foul.
Yeah. I think that's what they're calling it.
Well, coming up next after this, we got the Calvary Christian Lady Knights taking on Edgewood Academy. It's going to be a good game. Looking forward to that. The winner of that game will take on the Glenwood Lady Gators, who defeated. Look at, oh my goodness.
You know who they defeated?
Yeah,
Southland.
Southland Academy,
Who was a completely different team from the team they played last year.
Yeah, it's a different team. They went to the they went to the Final Four in the AIS or
they were
the
loaded.
GIAA.
Girls and boys were loaded. Remember, we did that, and both Glenwood teams lost last year in the final game of what was a long day of border wars.
I do remember that day.
So makes the first. Sykes checks in for Baker now.
Yeah, this is game 3 out of 4 that we're doing here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live for the Border Wars. We started things off with Calvary Christian losing to Autauga Academy. Very close game, 60-54.
Holloway drives. Holloway
Nice
to
pass.
Baker. Not Baker. McCrane can't finish.
Yeah, this is where Glenwood just needs to adjust their defense and just try to get a stop.
Crawford. And I think they're just going to hold. This is the only thing I don't like about no shot clock. It's stuff like this.
Yeah, you see this all the time when you don't have a shot clock.
Crawford drives. Crawford misses. Good defense from the Gators. Holloway's going to get his stop blocked.
Yeah, and Javars Turner, good block. But
That's a tech.
He got in the face.
And honestly, that's a tech. We have called 30 games this year. That has been a technical foul every single time.
You can't get in the face of the other player.
Every time. That is a tech. So that should have been called immediately, but it wasn't. And if it was on the flip side, if a Glenwood player did that, it should be a tech.
Absolutely.
Regardless, after you get a block and then you work your way over to the guy you blocked and say an extracurricular, that is a tech. So now I think the referees are discussing it because it was
egregious. It should have been called immediately. The fact that it wasn't called and now they're discussing it.
They're not going to give it to them.
They're not going to call it.
Sykes back to Pender. Pender, 3 in the corner, in and out. Nothing falling for Sykes. Good shot, though. White gets fouled.
Yeah, Levi Pender, that's his favorite spot. It's a shot that just rattled in and out, but a good job by Cam White.
But if your shooter's going to shoot, you let it fly.
Let it fly.
Sometimes you're having an off day, but the only way you're never going to make a shot that you don't shoot. You don't have any chance.
Well, what about the effort with Camden White just being physical, getting offensive rebounds, just driving to the basket, just trying to get points that way, and he's really doing the little things, trying to keep Glenwood into this game.
Just like he did for the football team, but he misses that one.
Oh, he was just great offensive and defensive player for the football team. Leading receiver, led the team in interceptions.
Just a tremendous athlete. Also plays on Coach Fanning's baseball team. White, short, and misses both free throws. 6 minutes remaining in this one. Soul, step in 3, good. Cannot leave JP Soul open, and it's back up to 7. Timeout, Coach Purdue. And nobody even stepped up on Soul as he hit a transition 3, and coverage of the Border Wars Tournament brought to you by Double Coverage, Sports Vision, State Farm, Coral Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Master Wall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. Richard, give us some updates on what's happened in the Border Wars and what could happen if this score holds up in the Border Wars tournament.
Well, I mean, this tournament, we didn't cover them on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, but this tournament started at 9 o'clock in the morning. The Lee Scott girls defeated Autauga girls. And then we had Deerfield-Windsor defeat the Lee Scott boys. So Deerfield-Windsor advances into the winner's bracket where they will face Autauga Academy, who defeated Calvary Christian 60-54 despite TJ Benson's 29 points. That game was live streamed here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. You also had the Glenwood girls. They defeated Southland Academy. They are in the winner's bracket. They won that game 60-42. And then here, Glenwood is trailing 53-46 against Abbeville Christian. The winner of this game will face the winner of Edgewood and Southland Academy, which will be tonight at 7:30 following the Calvary girls and Edgewood girls. Yeah, it's a lot to cover here on the Border Wars, but it's been a fun day, and we're just happy that we're able to broadcast these games here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
7-point deficit. Gators have been flirting within 2. They have not had a lead this entire game. Pender, McCrane. McCrane has that one hit away from, and that was Turner.
Yeah, Javars Turner's been a problem in the middle. I mean, he's really just a big body. It's hard to drive the lane on him. Just a physical player. They're just going to have to find a way to make adjustments.
White, three-pointer, no. Rebound Turner, who turns it over to Pender. Pender pulls up from 15, no.
Shots aren't falling.
Nothing going down for Glenwood, and they need it. Time is not on their side. 5:30 and counting. Down by 7.
Yeah, Buckhannon with 19 points.
Crawford pass to Turner. Nice lead pass, and Abbeville goes up by 9.
Javars Turner's got 14 points.
McCrane traveled. He did travel. He took off without dribbling.
Yeah, Abbeville back to a 9-point lead. And like you mentioned, Thrift, time is not on Glenwood's side. There's 5:05 left to go. They got to get a couple stops here, and they just got to get some big baskets going the other way.
Crawford. Soul. Turner gets fouled.
Yeah, that was a good rebound by Javars Turner. Just not boxing out the player. You have a player with just the size of Turner and Mason McCrane. They're fighting for that rebound, and his physicality was able to pull that rebound down, and now he's going to the line for 2. And Abbeville Christian can extend their lead to double digits here with 4:42 left to go.
By the way, the Vikings did beat Douglas County 58-52, so they move on in the Lee County tournament. How about that?
Absolutely. Congratulations to Pacelli, Coach Corey Black. He's had a great season so far. That's going to go back to Glenwood.
Good defense. Turner misses both. There's still plenty of time left in this, but Glenwood's got to start hitting shots.
I really think that they do miss the leadership of Griff Garner.
Griff, and you can tell they need someone to make some baskets. And Holloway misses that one, and then it goes right through 4 Glenwood defenders' hands. Shy Crawford loses the rock.
Another turnover by Crawford.
On Buckhannon.
Yeah, Crawford's been giving up the ball a couple times here in this game. That's I believe the 3rd turnover by Crawford. If Abbeville wants to close out this game, they can't afford to have costly turnovers like that.
Holloway, nice hop step, and scores a big-time basket. Cuts it to 7. 4 minutes remaining.
They got to get a defensive stop.
Turner misses. Rebound, Pender. Here comes Glenwood. Need a bucket. Look at Holloway to the rack and misses. It was right at Turner. I like the move. Buchanan finishes. Nice job by Buchanan. He has been the MVP of this one, Richard.
Yeah, he's got 21 points. He's been instant offense.
Pender, bad pass. Soul's got it. Soul moves, and nice hands from.
Yeah, he didn't foul. Holloway did a good job just knocking it out. Yeah, 3:14 left to go. Braden Gooden checks into the game for Glenwood.
Gooden needs to get, maybe he can be the spark off the bench. Look at Soul going up, misses. Here comes White. White goes, misses, and gets his own rebound. And Glenwood's going to take a timeout, down by 7, 3:02 remaining in this one. Thank you to Rocket and Greg Ballard. Thank you to Superior Roofing. For all your roofing needs, make sure to give Superior Roofing a call, located in Auburn. We appreciate Cody Dykes specifically for being a sponsor of ours. That's 224 North College Street is where the address is for their office. Their phone number is 334-821-8411. That is 334-821-8411. Get a quote today. Also, thank you to Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Master Wall Incorporated, Behringer Construction, Columbus State University, Mike and Ed's. I love Mike and Ed's barbecue. Can't wait for football season when we do our coaches show and get some free barbecue. Do our coaches show there with Glenwood. Sports Visions, double coverage. State Farm Carroll Purdue and Terry Johnson Agency. Richard, Glenwood can get back into it. So they got to start hitting some shots.
They're going to have to start hitting some shots, but they're also going to have to get some stops. They got to find a way to contain Jaden Buchanan, who's got 21 points. But Javars Turner, he's got 14 points, but he's not afraid to shoot that three. You can't leave him open because he'll make some shots. He did miss a three-point shot. I think it was an ill-advised. He kind of rushed it, but got to stay in front of the shooters and try to get a turnover here. That's how you do it. Just be aggressive.
And great defense.
There you go, River Baker. That's how you get back into this game.
Oh.
Yeah, we got a player
Crane
that's
is coming up a bit gimpy. Good defense from River Baker.
Yeah, he is slow to get up.
It looks like he's good.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He's walking it off. Might have been a stinger, but he's going to be fine.
Glenwood, 241. Every possession matters. Abbeville's literally played zone defense, 2-3 specifically, all game long.
They've really done a great job just taking it to here to Glenwood here. And that's a kickball.
Yeah. That's an automatic call.
Yeah. 2:32 left to go. The shots have just got to fall down for Glenwood. I mean, Levi Pender has really been – he's only got 4 points. I mean, they got to get some big shots.
Holloway. Gooden. Cross to Holloway. Holloway deep three. No. Rebound back to Holloway. Holloway, nice pump fake. Goes up, gets smacked right in the face from Turner. He'll go to the line to shoot two. Stops the clock. But you got to knock down the free throws, Richard. If he hits both these, it's a 5-point game. Still enough time. But remember, no shot clock. So eventually, you probably got to start fouling. Probably in the next, 15, 20 seconds of game time, I feel like. And I think that's why you put in Lamont Burton. You got to start putting bodies in that can accumulate fouls.
Absolutely. There's no question that Glenwood has got to find a way, especially with the shot clock. Good job by Holloway making both.
And now Coach Purdue is going to take a timeout. We will too. We'll be right back after this. 30 seconds on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Troy.
Welcome back here Shout out to our producer, Torgar Isla. I mean, I have gotten so much great feedback from last week's Muskogee County Christmas tournament coverage. And it started with our guy, Toygar.
Absolutely.
Him and Chris, but specifically Toygar, who was there all day with the 2 angles, the interviews. I mean, just a whole nother level of broadcast. We did a great job last year in doing it off my phone. It was a lot of fun. But this year we took it from being fun to being professional and giving people around this area what they deserve, and the kids specifically what they deserve. So now Glenwood has the ball down, Abbeville's got the ball down 5. Let's see if they're going to full court now.
Yeah, this is where Glenwood probably is going to have to play the foul game. Unless if Abbeville just sits on it and they just eat up clock, you got to try to get a steal.
Soul drive. Soul misses. And McCrane's got to get that rebound. Soul, good pass, but stolen by Lamont Burton. Here comes Holloway up to McCrane. McCrane has it stolen. Nice job by Lamont Burton reading that pass and getting a big-time steal.
And I thought a good job on the other end. Holloway with the pass to McCrane. I thought McCrane was going to catch it and go down for the slam, but a good job by Abbeville just breaking it up.
Baker's got it. Baker out to Holloway. To Gooden. Gooden goes baseline. Floater, no. White. And here comes Buchanan. Buchanan drives, gets it blocked. Gooden gets the rebound.
Good defense. Not drawing the foul.
Out to Camden White for 3. Good!
Huge!
And another timeout.
That was a huge shot by Camden White.
Big time 3 when they needed it most. White comes up in the biggest moment, and we got ourselves a 2-point game here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Richard, give us some of our stats brought to you by Superior Roofing, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, and Master Wall. Thank you so much for all our sponsors. Mike at Ed's Barbecue. Thank you to Chase Cook. Richard, stats.
Jaden Buchanan is the leading scorer for Abbeville Christian. He's got 21 points. Javars Turner has got 14. J.P. Soul has got 12. Leading the way for Glenwood, Camden White has got 14 points. You got Tyler Sykes and Jadarian Holloway both with 10. Mason McCrane has got 8. River Baker with 7. But I tell you what, Thrift, Glenwood is in a prime position. They just got to get a stop here against Abbeville Christian. They're down by 2. The shot finally fell for Camden White. That was a big 3. But they have not only got to get the shots, but if they get a stop here, they could start fouling. But Abbeville Christian, there's no shot clock, so they can find a way to get to the line and make this a foul game. But, yeah, that was a big shot, and there's still plenty of time to try to get a stop and come back and take the lead here in this game. There was never really a doubt in my mind that Glenwood was that. Even though when Abbeville had that double-digit lead,
right,
Glenwood found a way to chip into the lead, and now they're only down by 2.
Now, if you're Glenwood, you can't give up an easy basket, but you're probably going to have to start fouling.
I agree.
Crawford, bad shot. I cannot believe he shot that.
Yeah.
Up ahead to Holloway. Holloway ties the game at 57. What a comeback from the Gators.
Unbelievable.
And a timeout, Abbeville Christian. How about those Gators?
Resilient. They never gave up. They were down by double digits. They came all the way back to tie it. But on that end, I thought that Crawford just made an ill-advised shot. He was trying to drive the lane. It was a little too short. And good job by Glenwood getting the offensive rebound, or the rebound, and then all the way Jadarian Holloway coast to coast.
So full timeout, and we'll get some shout-outs to our sponsors, Double Coverage, Sports Vision, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, all your stone needs, all Greg Ballard and Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Master Wall Incorporated, and Barringer Construction. The Gators, who have just really have not played their best game. and by
Not
far,
at
Coach
all.
Pruitt will be the first to attest to this. But the fact they're in this game, they kept it competitive. Remember, they were down as many as 10. They were down by 9 with 4 minutes to go, 55-46. And since then, they've been on a 11-2 run. And now they are tied. And guess what? They get the ball back. And they have the ball with 52 seconds remaining in this one. Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
And
their shots were falling, and they were able to get some big-time defensive stops, and that's why they were able to tie this game.
And no, actually, it is going to say.
Yeah, it's going to be Abbeville's ball.
I don't know what I was thinking. It's actually Abbeville's ball.
But still, the momentum has shifted to Glenwood. They've got to get a stop.
No fouls. Hard screen. Push off. No call. And then that's going to send Buchanan.
Not sure. Well, I'm not sure if that was a foul.
And they're going to say it's on the floor, so they're actually going to pass it inbounds.
Yeah, that was not a shooting foul.
And Buchanan got off with a little bit with the shove, too.
Yeah, he did push off. The refs didn't call it. It's going to be underneath the basket. Yeah, they're calling for timeout. They want to try to draw something up here. We got to look at, yeah, there's a.
It's a wet spot.
Yeah, and then you're going to go ahead and get that. Good job by Lamont Burton to go ahead and get it off the floor. 47 seconds left to go. Coming up next, we got Edgewood. Rather. Gatewood's up in Georgia.
Yeah,
Edgewood.
GIAA, which
Yeah, I got
great
them.
season for Gatewood.
I tell you what, I got them both mixed up. Edgewood and Calvary Christian.
Soul on Turner. Soul. Nice pass to Crawford. It gets blocked, and they call a foul. Pretty tough call there.
Yeah, these are going to be 2 huge foul shots for Crawford.
And they're going to say, I guess, the body on Camden White because that looked like all ball. And as Rasheed Wallace says, maybe
Ball don't lie.
thank you, Richard. Maybe you could get it this time, now that I told you. But it's something I used to say, too, when I played, especially if I didn't agree with the foul call.
Man, you can tell they're just playing hard. I mean, they got to wipe the floor once again.
So now, 41.8 remaining. What has been a fun game. Glenwood coming all the way back from down by 9 late in the fourth.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go. They were down by 9.
Shy Crawford, second free throw. Rattles in. Gives Abbeville the lead by 1. Here comes Glenwood. Remember, no shot clock, so they can hold it for the last one. I don't think they will. 2-3 defense from Abbeville. Holloway, Gooden, White, Lamont Burton, and Mason McCrane. McCrane to Gooden, loses it with a hot pass to White, other side. White goes up strong and gets an and one. Camden White putting the Gators on his back and gets the and one. How about Camden White in this one, Richard? Coming up huge.
16 points. Camden White, I mean, he had a huge 3, and now he gets an and one with 18 seconds left to go. Glenwood takes the 1-point lead.
Needs to hit the free throw to complete
Gotta
old-fashioned three-point play. Misses. Abbeville has a chance. Got to pick up the ball. Buchanan gets it blocked, and they call a foul.
No. That is not a foul. That was all ball. Yeah, it's going to be 2 shots.
Pretty terrible call
for
there.
Buchanan.
Pretty terrible call there.
Up by 1. Still 10 seconds left to go, Thrift.
And he misses the first.
It.
And say it with me one more time, Richard.
The ball don't lie.
And that was again. In games like this, I feel like in those type of situations, you just let it play out. Unless it's egregious, that's a block all day. So now Buchanan's got to hit this to tie it. Misses. Rebound, White. McCrane's got it. Baker gets fouled.
5 seconds left to go. And listen to this crowd.
How about the Gators?
Huge misses by Jaden Buchanan. He could have put his team up by 1 with 10 seconds left to go. He misses both of them. And really, Glenwood getting the offensive rebound was huge.
Unbelievable.
They had to get that. You knew that Abbeville was going to foul them.
So now, if you're River Baker, you have to make both of them.
Absolutely.
So that it means that Abbeville can play for the tie.
Because there's still 5 seconds left to go.
First one from Baker. Off the rim, no good. Tried to bank it in. And you know he's nervous. And he's done great coming in. He's hit two big threes. He's done everything he needed. But in a moment like this, 5 seconds. Makes the second. Timeout, Glenwood. 5.7 remaining. Thank you to Double Coverage, Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll, Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Massawall Incorporated, and Barrington Construction for the support of ours. How about this, Richard?
What a game. I mean, we knew that it could possibly go down to the wire, but this is one of those games. I mean, Glenwood fought all the way back. They were down by double digits, down by 9 with 4 minutes to go. They were able to tie it, and now they have a 2-point lead.
So now 5.7. Abbeville's got it. They can't. I don't know if they want to jack up a 3. If I'm them, I'm trying to take it to the rack, and obviously with the way the referees are calling everything, try to get a foul call.
The play here is just let Jaden Buchanan drive the lane and get the foul. Try to draw to get the foul. As the Calvary girls and you have Edgewood, they are waiting. They are waiting for this game to end so they could take the floor. That will be the 4th and final game we'll have here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Winner of this game will take on the winner of Southland Academy in Edgewood. That's later tonight. It's supposed to be 7:30, but just the way these games are going, it might be a little bit after 7:30. All right, here we go. They're going to take the length of the floor.
Buchanan almost loses it.
3 seconds.
Crawford. And that is going to do it. The Gators complete the comeback. Down by 9, and they end up winning this one 60-58. And now we got some extracurricular activities.
No, you don't want to.
And now we got a parent on the floor acting like a crazy person. So we can't have that. So now let's just clear this out. 60-58. 60-58. Georgia Alabama Sports Live is going to take a break. We'll be right back after this. All right, welcome back, everyone. Glenwood comes back 60-58. And what was an amazing comeback. Some extracurricular activities happened afterwards. Got a little bit out of control. Had some parents go onto the floor. And I only saw one parent. I didn't see any other parents from any other team.
We just had the one parent, but they're still talking.
So now let's just make sure both teams can get out of here cleanly, because we got Calvary and Edgewood coming up next, but leading scores for this one.
All right, so Abbeville Christian had Jaden Buchanan. He had 21 points. He just had an incredible game. For the Glenwood Gators, It was the Camden White show. 16 points. He had a big three. They were down by 4. He just gets a huge three to cut it to 1. And then he gets that putback that gives Glenwood the lead for the first time in this game. They have a 2-point win. I thought the huge play was it looked like after the 2 foul shots that Jaden Buchanan missed, Glenwood gets the offensive rebound up by 1, and they get fouled right away. But that was River Baker made one of them. And so it guaranteed that Glenwood was going to at least get out of here. If Abbeville were to get a shot off, that their best bet was a 2. They don't want to try to jack up a 3. But it was just an incredible game by the Glenwood Gators. Huge win here in the Border Wars, and they advance in the winner's bracket to take on the winner of Southland Academy and Edgewood, which is going to be later tonight.
Yeah.
And that game will be at 7:30 tomorrow.
So we got Glenwood taking on the winner of in Southland and Edgewood coming up after this game. We won't broadcast this game. We're only going to do that game. We're only going to do Edgewood and Calvary.
Yeah, the winner of this game will take on the Glenwood Lady Gators in the winner's bracket.
So we're going to take a break. Thank you again to all our sponsors: Double Coverage, Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Massawa Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. We'll be back after this. Welcome back here. One more game to go here on the first day of the Border Wars on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We got the Calvary Christian Knights, 6-4 on the season, taking on Edgewood, who's 15-2 out of the AISA. Calvary out of the Gaps. Calvary led by legendary head coach, Coach Jonathan Norton, who coached at Columbus State. And now he is the principal at Winbrook and the head girls basketball coach at Calvary. So the 5 starters for Calvary: Michaela Reed, Lily Miller, Emily Christoffen, Olivia Rhodes, and Reagan Van. The 5 for Edgewood is number 1, Avery White, number 2, Madison Martin, number 3, Lindsey Brown, number 15, Elizabeth Ellis, number 20, Lexi Smith are your starters. Again, Edgewood coming in 15-2, Calvary 6-4. We've seen the Calvary Christian Knights a couple times this season. They got a win over Glenwood and a loss over Glenwood. They also lost to Spencer, lost to Springwood, and then they lost to Brookstone by 2. Came down to the wire when those two faced off.
Yeah, very close game. I mean, Calvary Christian, they went 17-7 last year in the 2023 season. They did lose in the semifinals in the Gaps to Conus Academy, 49-34. We saw them in the Border Wars last year. Remember, they took on Abbeville Christian. They won 52-48, and that was really the coming out party for Michaela Reed. I mean, she was just.
And her mom comes up to me all the time because I called her like a pesty gnat. She's all over the place, but the girl is pretty fantastic, and
an 8th grader.
Only an 8th grader, and she's averaging 22.1 points a game as an 8th grader.
That's got to be like in the top 5 for all the scores. Like you got Tiara Tucker, Jabria Lindsay.
Yeah, and I don't know why she wasn't counted into that. So Edgewood and Calvary, the final game of the day for us. There is one more after this. We won't broadcast that one.
Yeah, that's Edgewood and Southland Academy.
Legendary Susie Sparks Dunn and Grant Smithwick are on the staff for Calvary. Lily Miller, who led the team in scoring last year, is putting up 14 a game. She's had to overcome some injuries. Reed, the point guard. And they're going to call a carrying violation on Michaela. And Coach Norton is telling her to give it up.
Yeah, very impressed with this Calvary Christian team that we saw on November 28th. They defeated Glenwood on their home floor, 53-45. And then they did lose to Glenwood on December 11th right here at the pit, 61-39.
And there's a travel.
Yeah, like you mentioned, they've had some close losses to Springwood and Brookstone.
Yeah, lost by 20 to Spencer, but that's a 2A public school. That's probably going to win the region. They've had a fantastic year so far.
Finished 4th in the Muskogee County Christmas Tournament.
Yep.
Yeah, well, guess what? This Calvary Christian Knights team gets to play Tiara Tucker and Shaw on January the 5th.
Oh, and another.
She
and
carried.
that's going to be a carry on Lindsey Brown. So turnovers here for both teams.
Yeah, a couple of ill-advised turnovers from both teams early on in this game as Glenwood awaits the winner of this game.
Three-pointer, no good. Lily Miller hustle for the rebound, but Avery White comes up with it. Three-pointer on the way, short. Rebound and goes up strong. Madison Martin, the senior center, and full court press now from the Wildcats of Edgewood. Lily getting out of trouble. Finds an open person, and she's not able to finish. We'll get a jump ball.
You know, Thrift, every time I think of a high school with the nickname Wildcats, I think of the PA announcer for Flint River, Joe Howard.
You just want to yell Wildcats?
Wildcats.
Wildcats. Lily Miller set the pass it in. For Starfin to Reed. Reed calling the play. Reed, what a hezzy. Reed pulls up on a dime and can't finish. What a move from Michaela Reed. Gets it right back. She misses again. What an in-and-out move and a hezzy from Michaela Reed.
And Calvary off to a slow start. I mean, they just got to try to pick up that offense.
Drive, no good. Rebound and one from Madison Martin.
Yeah, it looks like Madison Martin's that go-to player for Edgewood. Got to find a way to contain her in that post. Edgewood 15-2. They're in the AISA Class 2A. Lindsey Brown is the leading scorer. She's got 25 points a game.
And Martin hits nothing but the net, bottom of the net. Here comes Lily Miller. They're going to say foul on the floor. So Edgewood has a score of their own, and Lindsey Brown, who's putting up 25 a game. So we got two 20-point scorers going against each other. Number 12, Lindsey Brown, number 3. And here comes Michaela Reed, the other one, short. Rebound, Miller.
Good hustle by Lily Miller. Getting that second chance effort.
Step in, Karstarfin knocks it down. Nice job by Emily Karstarfin. And finally gets Calvary on the board. They're down by 3. Nice pass to an open Martin who scores. And Martin, I think she's pretty much got all the points so
7
far.
points for Martin.
For Edgewood. Van has it. Karstarfin. Pull up, no good. That was Olivia Rhodes who shot that one. And here comes Lindsey Brown. 25.1 points a game. How about that, Richard?
Incredible. And Madison Martin, she's got 7 points. She's also leading the team with 8 rebounds a game, averaging 8.2 rebounds a game. She's pretty much a double-double every night. She's averaging 9.6 points a game. She's their post player.
9 and 8.
She's got to watch out for her.
And that one rims out for Brown.
A lot of missed foul shots here in this Border Wars.
All day today.
Pretty much. No, but Edgewood Academy, they're out of Elmore, Alabama. That is just north of Montgomery, in case you're wondering.
So, looks like
they're switching out balls.
Get the balls fixed.
Yep. I don't know if you remember, Thrift, when the NBA changed their basketball, it didn't sit well with the players. Kind of same concept. But change out the basketball. Yeah, the Elmore is about an hour and a half away, so not
Brown
too far.
Makes a second. Edgewood's up by 6.
Yeah, the full court press costs a turnover.
Good pass down low, and Edgewood's up by 8. Avery White scored that one. Full court press from the Wildcats. Another steal. Lexi Smith misses, and it's going to go out of bounds and back to Calvary.
Calvary's going to have to find some offense here. Michaela Reed, just give it to your leading scorer, Lily Miller. Make them just.
How about Lily Miller shooting a
go.
3 and knocking it down?
That's how you do it. That's how you get back in the game.
Good shot from Lily Miller, and Calvary down 5.
Lily Miller, one of the top players from last year's team. She's a senior leader. Love that backcourt of Michaela Reed and Lily Miller.
And Michaela a little too aggressive there.
A little too much. You got to watch out the team fouls here with 3:48 left to go in the first. They have 3.
Good pass.
Let's see if they could just run the floor.
Lily fouled.
Good job by Emily Christarfin to draw that foul.
And Christarfin is going to go to line to shoot, too.
Yeah, we talked about Christarfin, also one of the leading scorers on this team, and she's third on the team in scoring.
Christarfin makes the first free throw.
Yeah, it's really been a fun day of basketball here in the Border Wars. I like the new format, too. Tournament format. We got a consolation bracket. We got the winner's bracket. A championship will be held this Friday at 7:30.
Not able to make it the second. Ball goes out of bounds. Edgewood's up by 4.
Oh, nice screen by Edgewood. Yeah, it's a foul on Madison Martin. So Calvary getting a little momentum. They were down 10 to 2. They're able to come back on a 4-0 run.
Nice pass to Reed. Reed reverse layup and scores.
Wide open, Michaela Reed.
Good job from Michaela Reed.
6-0 run for the Lady Knights. Oh, you can hear the Calvary fans. We're right where the Calvary fans are.
Almost stolen from Van. Brown's got it. Brown crossing. Brown driving. Brown missing. Rebound Martin. She gets fouled. So Madison Martin will go to line to shoot 2. Calvary has closed it within 2.
Yeah, Madison Martin, she is pretty much a double-double every night. She averages a little over 9 points, averages 8 rebounds. She's got 7 here. Oh, a nice high arcing shot.
Makes the first one. Nice job.
Good form, too.
Martin misses. Nope. That one's going to get a roll, too. How about that, Richard?
There you go. That was a good job by Edgewood to stop the bleeding because Calvary went on a little bit of a run. So let's talk about last year, Thrift. Edgewood Academy, undefeated season. State champions for AISA Class 2A. Incredible.
Incredible.
They defeated Lakeside School out of Eufaula 59-36 in the state championship.
Lily Miller.
Up, and that's going to be a jump ball.
That's going to be a wedge.
Yeah, the wedge is, which is very rare, but it does happen. I think we've seen it a couple of times. Oh, there you go. Good job by the coach.
How about the coach showing his hops?
That's how it's done.
Pull up. 3-pointer Brown. No. Martin, another rebound and misses this time. How about Reed's going to get her own rebound? Here comes Michaela going through the double team. In and out all the way and in it and not able to finish. How about a good move from Michaela?
She got by her defender.
And nobody's there to stop Madison Martin. I don't think she got back on the fast break.
Yeah, she was just camping out underneath the basket.
Lily Miller. Lily, she'll jack a 3. Tries to bank it in, no good.
Yeah, this is a really good Edgewood Academy team that finished undefeated last year.
And how about Brown letting it fly?
Currently 15-2 on the season.
Brown again for 3, no good. Rebound Martin, and she's just taller than everyone, but good hustle from Olivia Rhodes. Starfin has it. Starfin underneath the basket of Van. Van to Reed. Coach Norton calling the play. Reed And they're going to say an offensive foul.
Yeah, it was a
on a push-off on Reed.
Got some subs coming into the game, including Anna Norton coming in, and looks like Alexis Smith for Calvary.
Brown, 2-3 defense from Calvary. 20 seconds. Brown's going to shoot a deep three and can it. Big time shot from Lindsey Brown, and it puts him up by 9.
Yeah, Lindsey Brown on the championship team last year averaged 16.5 points a game.
So we had an explanation. And here comes Karstarfin up ahead to Reed. Reed gets it. Reed finishes.
There you go.
Good pass from Karstarfin. 10 seconds, down 7. Brown's going to hold it for the last shot. Cross court, pull up 3. No. And after 1, Calvary down 7. Brought to you by Double Coverage, Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll, Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Massawall Incorporated, and Barringer Construction. We will be back after this. Welcome back, everyone. Georgia Alabama Sports Live, final game of the day. It's been a fun day of basketball. Calvary boys lost, Glenwood girls and boys won. And now the Calvary girls are playing against Edgewood, down 7. Karstarfin. Good defense. How about that pass to Karstarfin? Nice cut. And they're going to say Madison Martin got the block, but nice lead pass from Michaela Reed.
Great vision by Michaela Reed with that back cut pass. And
Reed's going to shoot a 3. Reed off the mark. Also in the game for Calvary, and good hustle for the rebound, is Van. Over to Karstarfin. Karstarfin, no. Rebound Van again.
Good hustle.
Alexis Smith is into the game for Calvary. And a timeout. Calvary will stay here. A low-scoring game today. So tomorrow, what are some of the matchups, Richard? We know that Calvary's going to take on Lee Scott in the consolation bracket at 10. We know that Glenwood girls are going to face the winner of this one at 6.
Yeah, so we have Deerfield Windsor taking on Autauga at 1:30. And then we also have the loser of this game will be in a consolation bracket at 3 against Southland Academy. The winner of this game will take on the Glenwood Gators at 6, like you mentioned. And the winner of Edgewood and Southland Academy later tonight is going to take on the winner of Glenwood. They're going to take on the Glenwood Gators in the winners bracket. It's been a fun day of Border Wars.
Absolute fun day.
Yeah, it really has. There's a shot. Well, good offensive rebound.
Karstarfin. Hair mills that one. Look at Brown to the rack.
Just not enough on it.
Here comes Reed. Reed pulls up. Smart play. Knocks it down. Nice job, Michaela Reed. Wise beyond her years.
Dropped it on a dime, and that's what you do when you know you got the transition offense. Just stop, plant your feet, pull up jumper.
Brown, she's going to shoot a deep three. She misses. Rebound goes right through the hands of Anna Norton, but Reed comes up with it and loses it. Miller's got it. She's going to go up strong. She's going to finish. Madison Martin is just living at the paint. She's got 11 of the 19 points. Reed, Korstarfin, not able to finish.
Yeah, those shots, you're hoping that they fall, but you can't live and die by those threes. You got to take it into the post, but it was really the vision of Michaela Reed to actually create shots for her teammates has made her a special player.
Korstarfin is now going to come out. Lily Miller's going to come back in. Good hustle and play from Emily Korstarfin. Bad pass from Reagan Van and a missed layup. She gets the rebound. Van gets fouled.
So
and that's on Lexi Smith.
Yeah. But yeah, Michaela Reed averaging 22.1 points a game. That should be third behind Tiara Tucker and Jabria Lindsay.
Yeah.
If you look at the scoring leaders for all the teams in the Tri-City area.
I don't think they put Central in those because I didn't see Jacoby Hill in it either for Central.
Yeah, like on the girls' side, the brackets. But you're talking about like on the boys' side, you have Tony Montgomery. And yeah, Jacoby Hill should be in that list. TJ Benson over on the boys' side.
Who had a great game today. 31?
29 points.
29, wow.
Yeah, Calvary played a very close game against Autauga, only lost by 6.
Brown misses. Anna Norton, great rebound from her. And Norton gets fouled. It's right there where you want to slow down.
Trying to turn it up the corner on that edge, but draws the foul against Edgewood. The team of the AISA, AA.
Good move. Reed, 3. No. Lexus Smith, good rebound.
Good rebound.
Out to Reed again. Passes to Miller. Miller to Norton. Back to Reed. Reed. Good cross from Lily. Lily gets fouled.
Good move by Lily Miller, drawing the foul, and Calvary trying to cut into this lead. Edgewood is led by their head coach, Brad Starks, won a state championship last year, had a perfect season.
How about that?
Defeated Lakeside School in the AISA AA final down at the Cramden Bowl multiplex in Montgomery.
We know about the Crampton Bowl.
Yeah,
Lily
absolutely.
Miller makes a second, cuts it to 6.
Yeah, that multiplex is really nice.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Really a fantastic job.
Brown.
So, yeah, this is going to be Calvary's final year in the Gaps as they make the transition to the GIAA.
They're going to call block and foul. Yep. Huge news.
And I believe they're going to be in 4A with Brookstone and Bocelli. You get a rivalry between all three of those schools.
We plan on doing an interview here tomorrow or Friday. We'll plan it out with Coach Steve Smith, the AD, who helped make that move. So you got Calvary moving to GIAA, Glenwood moving to the AHSAA. Everybody moving.
Yep.
Brown gets her own rebound.
And Thrift, we do know who the 4 teams in their area are going to be. It's going to be Lee Scott, it's going to be Dadeville, and Beulah. So I kind of see a natural rivalry between Beulah and Glenwood. They're about 17 miles apart.
Yeah. The travel won't be as bad for.
Yeah, and in football, they'll face teams like B.B. Comer, Childersburg. You have Randolph County. I'm excited about the move to AHSAA.
Yeah.
That's going to be fun.
Can't wait to see both these teams competing at another league next year. Lily Miller.
Nice
Up
pass.
ahead to Reed. Reed pulls up. Reed knocks it down. Michaela Reed. Knocks down the 15-foot jump shot.
8 points from Michaela Reed. Just taking her time with that shot. Great pass by Lily Miller.
Brown, what a move from her, and finishes with contact and all. Oh.
Why are they cheering?
I think it's the 1,000th point.
Yep, there you go. Lindsey Brown, 1,000th point.
2,000.
2,000, wow.
How about that?
You know, she was the leading scorer on Edgewood's team last year.
Lindsey Brown, 2,000 career points.
Congratulations. That is an accomplishment.
An awesome job by the Border Wars stopping, and Calvary allowing them to stop it.
Absolutely.
They give recognition to a young woman who has had a fantastic career and now a senior.
A senior, 5'7" point guard, going to play at the next level. I mean, just a great season, and congratulations.
Miller, no.
That's got to stay here, and it will.
No call.
Well, this will be the final game on our live stream, Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We do have a game early tomorrow, the consolation game.
Yeah, Calvary Lee Scott, pretty good game.
That's going to be a good matchup.
And Brown misses that one.
Look, they were in a tough bracket with Deerfield Windsor,
Yeah.
but I thought that Lee Scott was going to win that game.
I did too. You were here for that, Richard.
Absolutely. The Abbeville girls had a bye. They were supposed to play an opponent at 12, but we did not have a game at 12. So we started right on time at 1:30.
Olivia Rhodes. Miller, three-pointer in the corner.
Oh, there you go.
Lily Miller.
There you go, Lily.
Catching fire. Big-time shot from her. It's been the Miller and Reed show here for the Knights.
Down by 3.
They're looking for Brown. Brown, she's going to jack up a 3 and hit it.
Yeah, why not?
Full timeout. We'll take 1-2. Game brought to you by Double Coverage, Sports Vision, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour, Bar and Grill, Masswell Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. We'll be back after this. Welcome back here, 24-18. Calvary down 6 on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Final game of day 1 here at the Border Wars.
Yeah, they say that pass was off of a Calvary player. It was tipped by Edgewood, but it was touched last by Calvary.
Brown crossing. Brown underneath the Martin. Martin lays it up and in. Been a two-man game between Lindsey
really
Brown. And Brown, she touches the ball every possession.
Yeah,
you want the ball out of her hands, but it's hard to.
It's been the Brown and Martin show for Edgewood.
Reed, she'll shoot a 3, and she'll hit it.
She makes it look easy.
How about Reed and Brown, 8th grader and a senior, battling it out here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Good defense from Millie Miller. Goes into Martin's hand, and Martin lays it in. How many times have we said that?
Yeah, Martin is just a absolutely outstanding post player.
She's already got 15. She actually leads Edgewood in scoring, not Brown.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising. Brown had a quiet first quarter.
Miller's going to shoot a deep 3 in the corner and airmail. Brown, 3, no. Rebound into Edgewood's hands. Lexi Smith's got it. Smith, screen from Brown. Lexi, no. And it dribbles off her own foot. Nope, they're going to say with Calvary.
Yeah, it was off of Calvary. Thought it dribbled off her foot. Oh, Brown gets it right back.
Brown, no. Look at Martin. One-handed rebound and gets fouled.
Yeah.
Honestly, it hasn't been Brown that's been the nightmare. It's been Madison Martin for
Truly
Edgewood. She's got 15, and she's the reason why, not Brown, she's the reason why Edgewood's up by 7.
Who's also a senior. These two players were catalysts on that championship team last season.
And then the only 2 that have scored so far for Edgewood. Calvary's got, of course, Starfin, Miller, and Reed. So right now 5 people have scored all the points, 135 till halftime.
Well, we do have Avery White that has 2 points. But, yeah, the majority of the points have come from Madison Martin and Lindsey Brown for the Wildcats. And then Michaela Reed, Lily Miller, Emily Karstarfin has got 3 points.
And Madison makes the second. 8-point game. Calvary needs a run here before the half. Karstarfin loses it to Smith. Here comes Lexi Smith from Edgewood all the way, lays it in. And Edgewood's got their first double-digit lead of the game. Reed's got it. Reed, pull up 3, short. And here comes Lindsey Brown for Edgewood. Brown, Euro step, fake pass, no.
Yeah,
Jump ball.
I believe that's our first jump ball of the game.
And it's going to stay with Edgewood. They're up by 10.
Yeah, good job by Edgewood closing out this quarter. They had a 17-10 lead in the first quarter. Just staying the course. Calvary has cut into the lead a little bit, but Edgewood answered right back.
Good defense from Reagan Van. Brown gets it, though. Misses the layup, and guess who's there? Madison Martin, but misses her putback attempt. Here comes Calvary. Lily Miller threw it in the hands of a Wildcat.
Was able to get it back. Oh, nice screen.
Miller goes right past and lays it in with the left. Good move from Lily Miller with an in and out and off the glass with the left. Makes an 8-point game and 15 seconds until half. Brown keeping it all the way. No call. Rebound Miller. Miller gets fouled.
Whoa, yeah.
From half court.
They call the foul.
And it's a good call.
It is. She put up
really
a shot.
Surprised why you would even put your hands there.
Why would you foul in that situation?
I think she was just trying to get her hands up. The problem is she got her hands caught in the cookie jar, and that's a foul. So Miller misses the first free throw. Could have hit all 3 of these and made it a 5-point game until halftime. Maybe she can make it a 6. Makes it a 7. And one more. And Lily Miller makes 2 out of 3. And we're going into halftime. Calvary down 6. This game brought to you by Double Coverage, Sports Vision, State Farm, Carroll, Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Oklahoma State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Massawall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. We'll be back after this. That's our guy. He's pointing at us right now. He's trying to go hide. I don't know where
hiding.
he's heading. He can't come up here, but
I don't
it's one of our
understand
other producers.
I don't understand why these producers don't want to be on camera.
I don't understand it either. Toy Guard's got a face for TV. Usually you say you're a face for radio.
Yeah,
so that means
a face for radio. You got a face for TV.
And now here it comes. He did not want to get in the limelight. Our guy Chris Gates.
But
Appreciate
I
him.
tell you what, they have been doing it for a long time. Just great producers, and I've gotten to know them over the past 2 years. And it's just been an incredible relationship.
Lily Miller gets it. Lily Miller goes up. No call.
Staying
Gets
with
the
it.
rebound. They're going to call it traveling.
Yeah, they're calling it traveling.
I don't think that's what
I don't know if that is or
looked
not.
like. Both players had their hand on it. But Richard, real quickly, time for some stats. What were the first half stats for both teams?
Well, the first half stats for Calvary, you had Lily Miller with 11 points, Michaela Reed with 10. You had Madison Martin with 16 points, Lindsey Brown had 9. But she did record her 2,000th career point. They stopped play to acknowledge that. I love that. The senior who won a championship with Edgewood last season getting the recognition she deserves.
Three-pointer, no. And Miller's going to throw it up to Reed, who's ahead of the pack.
She's alone.
All the way in, and
Oh, man.
it's okay.
It
Happens.
I think that
She was so open. Maybe she would have been better if she had someone foul her or been near her, but Reed was so open there.
Well, Lexi Smith was in the corner of her eye, and I'm not sure if
I think she just dribbled because she was trying to pump fake, and she just lost the ball. Shot, no good. Rebound, Miller. Jump ball.
I tell you, Lily Miller has really just been ferocious on the boards. I mean, just getting those second chance points, second chance opportunities for Calvary as they're trying to claw their way back in this game.
Lexi Smith for Edgewood will shoot. She's short, and the
Right.
ball gets tipped into Reed. Reed's going to go all the way. Brown running back, but not able to stop. And what did I just say?
Yeah.
Wide open. There's a lot tougher for Michaela Reed than with people near her, around her, hand in her face, and they're going to get a push and foul on Reagan Van. 31-27. Calvary, led by legendary coach Jonathan Norton, who we will do an interview with after this game, hopefully, when Calvary wins. We hope they win. We show support to the teams that show support for us, and Avery White misses. Look at Madison Martin. And are they going to say,
sure.
they're going to say on the floor.
It has to be on the floor. I know that she just continued with the continuation, but that was a foul that was clearly on the floor. Look at the ref slamming the ball down.
Yeah, he said, we're tired of talking. Let's play ball. Miller may got a hand on it. And a knockdown for Elizabeth Ellis.
That's her first 2 points of the game.
Oh, and they're going to call a carry on Michaela Reed. Those are tough because I feel like at this level, Richard, you could call carry almost every single time. Like I said, when I was doing Pacelli Tift County on Saturday, that can happen a lot, man.
Of course. Yeah, it was a pretty even second quarter. Calvary actually outscored Edgewood 15-14.
Three-pointer, no. And Avery White gets the rebound and gets fouled.
Good offensive rebound by Avery White, trying to put it up. Yeah, Edgewood jumped out to that 10-2 lead. Calvary just hasn't quite been able to cut into this lead. I mean, they got it close. And a missed free throw for Avery White.
I was going to say it, but I'm not now.
I know.
I think I've said it too much, Richard.
Yeah, well, she does make 1 or 2. It's back to a 7-point lead for Edgewood.
Miller open and not got to throw that as a bounce pass or
Yeah, because
fake high, go low, fake low, go high, one of the two. You had an open man, and there's Reed. Reed off the glass, no, Brown's got it. Good hustle, and a rip from Michaela Reed. Michaela's by herself. Michaela, hop set. Michaela reverse layup. How about the 8th grader putting on a show?
she really has 14 points. But that Euro step like you talk about, and just that reverse layup. Oh, a huge
And
three.
then coming right back.
Answers right back.
Knocking it down, Lexi Smith, which I think that's point number 5 for her. And a timeout, Calvary. They're down by 8 here. This is brought to you by Double Coverage, Sports Vision, State Farm, Carroll, Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Master Wall Incorporated. Just saw Coach, there he is, Coach Steve Smithwick in the building, legendary coach for Calvary. And his son, Grant Smithwick, who's the assistant coach. We appreciate Master Wall and their support of ours during the during the football season and now through the basketball season. Coach Steve Smithwick was a longtime coach here for the boys. And his son, who played here at Calvary, was a lifer, also coached with the boys under his dad, and now is assistant coach here at the girls. And also Behringer Construction.
There you go.
Here comes Reed. Reed, good pass, and goes, I think Brown was anticipating it a little bit.
Lindsey Brown's got good self-awareness. She's been able to tip some passes. She's been able to just, disrupt traffic in the lane. Yeah, it's back to an 8-point lead for Edgewood. Oh,
stolen by Reed.
Steal.
Big basket here from Michaela. Michaela, good pass to Miller. Miller gets fouled. I thought I heard the whistle, and Lily Miller's going to go to the line to shoot too, but right now, Michaela Reed causing havoc on the defensive end and trying to get her Knights back into it. They're down 8 here in the third.
Getting her teammates involved. They got to continue getting stops to try to get back into this game. But Edgewood seems to have an answer, and now all of a sudden Lexi Smith is getting involved. It really was Madison Martin and Lindsey Brown that owned that first half.
And
now they're tripping for it, and they're gonna call a foul.
Now they're gonna call a push and foul on Calvary.
Yeah, that's gonna be on Reagan Van. Pretty much, in this gymnasium here at Glenwood, you could hear just about everything. And where we are at the top of the visitors' bench, by the way, that is the 5th team foul. It's going to be a bonus situation coming up. Madison Martin's going to shoot these 2 foul shots for Edgewood.
So now they're already in the foul. The foul total's 5-1 right now. Calvary's got 5 fouls. Edgewood's got 1. Martin misses the first.
Yeah, the winner of this game will take on Glenwood tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the semifinals here for the Border Wars, with a championship decided on Friday. Martin makes 1 of 2.
Up ahead, Reed, nice pass. And Brown tried to get it, but good pass from Reed. And makes it back to 7. Brown misses. Nobody goes after the rebound.
Yeah, Edgewood was able to get the offensive rebound. Elizabeth Ellis coming down with it. And she draws the foul, and it's going to be a bonus situation.
Well, the ball was around 3 Calvary players, and I know that's why Coach Norton's really fired up right now.
Yeah, you got to get that rebound. It got right into the hands of Ellis.
And second free throw is good. 8-point game. They're playing in that 7 to 8 point threshold, Richard. Another outlet pass from Miller to Reed. Really, Reed. And they're going to say on the floor.
Yeah.
This referee's really aggressive with his calls.
He really is. He's slamming the ball
He's slamming
down.
the ball down. He's getting that push.
It's a nice steal by Avery White.
Yeah. Bad pass. Smith misses, gets her own rebound. Traveling, no call. Lexi Smith will jack up another 3 and airmails it.
Gonna go back to Calvary.
Calvary staying within 8. They can get some buckets here. They played really good defense against a top 5 AISA team who won a championship last year in Edgewood, 15-2 on the season.
Oh, that's gonna be another turnover.
You got Coach Dunn, Coach Susie Sparks Dunn, also helping out on the staff. Smith, airmails, and it's going to stay with White. Nope, it's going to go back to Calvary.
So Calvary Christian, like you mentioned, 6-4 on the season.
And haven't played any region games.
No region games yet. I mean, they played some tough
Reed
teams.
pulls up, and she airmails it.
I mean, you talked about they played Spencer. They played Brookstone. They've played Glenwood, Springwood. They played Lakeside School. Remember, they went to the championship game last year in the AISA Division Class 2.
Brown gets fouled.
Brown is just going to drive to the basket and draw that foul just about every time. They ran the offense through Madison Martin and Lindsey Brown. But the key is Edgewood, Coach Starks, has got to get other players involved. Lexi Smith does have 5 points, all in the second half.
And Brown knocks down that one.
Yeah, she's got 10 points on the night. She averages 25 a game. I mean, she's starting to heat up. Yeah, she makes both.
So it's back to a 10-point lead, double digits. By the way, Pacelli won today in their tournament. Brown gets the steal, and then a foul on Anna Norton.
Yeah, Pacelli ended up beating Doherty.
Yep.
That's a 3A school. We're familiar with Doherty.
Richard, give some shout-outs to our sponsors, if you don't mind.
Absolutely,
And give us an update with the stats.
All right, double coverage. Thank you so much for your coverage. Sports Vision, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Master Wall Incorporated, and Behringer Construction. Leading the way for the Calvary Christian Lady Knights, Michaela Reed has got 16 points, followed by Lily Miller, who's got 11. For Edgewood, you got Madison Martin that's got 17 points. She's leading all scorers in this game. And Lindsey Brown with 11 points, a little below her average of 25 points, but she did get her 2000th career point. Congratulations to Lindsey Brown, a senior, a successful high school career, going to play at the next level. She's got a state championship. And Edgewood looks like they could be the favorites to win another state championship in the AISA division in Class 2. But she does go to the line here with her team up by 10 with 3:48 left to go here in the third. Yeah, she misses it.
Brown misses the first.
Like we mentioned, the winner of this game will take on Glenwood tomorrow. 6 o'clock. You can catch that game on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. That's a block and foul on Avery White. It's only the third team foul for Edgewood.
Turn around, Miller knocks down a shot, big one. It was getting in danger zone for Calvary. They get it back to 9.
A good pass by Michaela Reed.
Brown, she's been the matchup, her and Martin. Lexi Smith.
You don't want to get her going. She's had a
short.
good second half.
And
That's
traveling.
Traveling.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a traveling violation, but when we were playing backyard basketball, we used to call it ups and down. There you go, Reed.
Reed, pull up, jump shot. Good. How about Michaela Reed knocking it down?
Climbing back into this game. They're on a 4-0 run.
To the rack.
Brown is just, you know what? I'm going to take it myself.
Lindsey Brown stops the bleeding. They got it within 7 and back to 9. Miller crosses. Miller, what a move! And finishes. Reed and Miller making great moves. They got to get a stop, though, on the other end. They're down 7.
And it's really, they have been the majority of the offense. They haven't had any opportunities from any of their other players. But the offense has just been running through Reed and Miller.
Brown pulls it back out. Brown to Martin. Martin could have been a turnover. Nobody.
Should have.
And maybe even a travel. Lexi Smith pulls it out. Remember, no shot clock, so they can waste as much time on a possession as they want. It's hard to have a bad possession when you don't have a shot clock, Richard.
No, exactly. You can take as much time as you want.
Brown drives. Brown,
What a
left-handed
move.
finish.
Oh, my.
That's just a good shot. That's nasty.
It's hard to stop.
Lily Miller, she's going to drive. She misses. Up ahead to Brown. Lindsay to the right. And they're going to call a blocking foul.
Yeah, that definitely was a foul, but it could have went the other way. I mean, that's hard to call in that moment. But Brown going back to the line. She has got 16 points on the night.
I called that on Emily Christarfin. So Pacelli tomorrow playing the Lee County tournament. They're going to take on Ocoee. That's out of Florida. They beat Bainbridge. So Pacelli is one win away from playing in the championship in that. The Gators, boys and girls, both won. They're in the winner's bracket semifinal. And then you have the Calvary boys taking on Lee Scott in the consolation bracket semifinals. So how about that, Richard?
Yeah, that's going to be a good matchup. I actually thought Lee Scott was going to beat Deerfield Windsor earlier today.
Really good game, you told me.
Yeah, absolutely. But you also got the Lee Scott girls that defeated Autauga. Trying to check and see what bracket they are going to be in. Yeah, so they're going to take on Abbeville at noon tomorrow. Lee Scott.
No, Lee Scott will take on Calvary at 10:30. Oh, and you're talking about the girls.
For the girls.
Yeah, the girls, Lee Scott and Abbeville. For the boys, it's Lee Scott and Calvary.
Yeah, it's confusing because Abbeville got a bye in the first round today. They were supposed to play at noon, but they got a break.
We could have a Lee Scott Glenwood championship game, girls-wise.
That's possible.
Boys, we will not. Crossover. Reed, Miller, deep three. No. They needed that.
Absolutely.
Last minute of the third, down 10. Game is far from over.
We've already seen one comeback today.
Three-pointer short from Avery White. Good rebound from Alexis. Ball goes out of bounds. It's going back to Calvary.
44 seconds left to go here in the third. Calvary, they've got to get a shot, got to get some offense. The way they closed out that first half, got to try to get a good shot. And that you don't want to see that, but they get it right back.
Miller drives. Miller scoop. Finish. Nice job by Lily Miller.
Looks like Edgewood's going to hold for the final shot here in the third.
It's an 8-point game. Calvary. White pulls up. White misses. And at the end of three, Calvary down by 8. One more quarter to go here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live coverage of the Border Wars Tournament, brought to you by Double Coverage, Sports Visions, State Farm, Carroll, Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue, Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Maxwell Incorporated, Behringer Construction, and Toygar Islas Pittsburgh Steelers, who got a big win over the Bengals. We'll be back to you after this. here. 47-39. Calvary down by 8. Reed's going to shoot a deep 3. No. Good rebound for Starfin, but then Martin
She got ripped out of her hands.
Steals it from her.
Yeah, this has really been the showcase of 4 players tonight. I mean, you have Martin and Brown for Edgewood, Reed and Miller for Calvary.
And shot no good. Martin, Lexi Smith's got it. Now Avery Wright's going to jack up a 3 and get fouled.
Yeah, that's one of those that
they call a foul on Lily Miller.
She's going to get 3 shots. Misses the first.
Misses the first. It is 3 free throws here, Richard.
Yeah, because it was a foul while she was shooting.
Second. Makes that one. We got a busy day tomorrow for you.
Yeah, it's kind of spread out tomorrow, too. 10:30, and we get things going.
No good.
With a matchup I'm really looking forward to seeing. Calvary Christian and Lee Scott Academy.
And stolen from Brown. Brown lays it up and in. Lily Miller, she's going to shoot a corner 3 and hit the top of the backboard. One of the few shots that have been off for Lily Miller. Thank you to Rocket Solutions. Thank you to my guy Greg Ballard for his support. Superior Roofing, appreciate their support. And all our sponsors, including Masterwall Incorporated, Happy Hour Bar and Grill. You love food, you love a good time. They got music. They have we've hosted our shows there. Happy Hour Bar and Grill. If you look at a perfect place to watch the game, Happy Hour Bar and Grill is for you. Starfin missed. Three-pointer up. No good. Brown's got it. Brown. They're going to say a foul. With 6:07 remaining. It is on the floor. And that's going to be 5 on Reagan Van. Now Anna Norton's going to check in. Anna Norton. Almost a steal from Reed. Lexi Smith, 3, no. They're going to call a foul on Madison Martin.
Yeah, it was away from the ball. Calvary gets it right back.
Calvary down 11. They got to start hitting some shots. And bad pass, stolen by Avery White. Avery finishes and gets an and one. Avery White gets the steal.
Yeah, you're starting to see other players beside Madison Martin and Lindsey Brown stepping up for Edgewood, like Avery White, Lexi Smith.
But they got them to this lead, and now you're seeing other people, other girls. Elizabeth Ellis, Avery White, Lexi Smith, they're hitting shots now. Way off. Martin gets the rebound, and she gets fouled. Oh, it didn't hit the rim, so that's going to be a turnover.
Yeah, Edgewood, a team that's 15-2. They won a state championship last year off their senior leadership from Martin and Brown. And this is a very good
nice pass
team.
to Anna Norton, lays it in.
Shot.
Good job by Michaela Reed.
Nice pass. Anna Norton gets on the scoreboard. 11-point lead for Edgewood.
Lexi Smith's got it. Almost a turnover. Avery White forcing it, no. Blocked from Lily Miller. Madison Martin. And a timeout, Edgewood. 30-second timeout. We'll take one, too. We'll be right back. Georgia Alabama Sports Live after this. To 41. And then a knockdown shot that makes it 13. But the Vikings, the boys team, getting a big win. We'll see if the girls won. Some other action going on around the area. Christarfin to Reed. Reed, step back three. No. Rebound. Back to Reed. Three. Good.
There you go.
And now Coach Norton will take a full timeout. We'll take 1-2. Game brought to you by Double Coverage, Sports Vision, State Farm, Carroll Purdue, Terry Johnson Agency, Mike and Ed's Barbecue. Thank you to Chase Cook. I'm so hungry right now. I could eat about 5 Mike and Ed's barbecue sandwiches, and you can find them.
Nice pork plate.
Yes. Superior Roofing, Columbus State University, Rocket, Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Masterwall Incorporated, Barrier Construction. We'll be back after this. All right, welcome back here. Calvary down 10 with 4:51 remaining. Big three from Michaela Reed, who has, Richard, I think, 21.
21 points for the 8th grader. He's had a phenomenal season.
And nobody stops the ball, and Brown goes all the way.
Yeah, Lindsey Brown has had an incredible game. She's got 21 points.
Christarfin, pull in, no. Rebound, Martin.
Martin's had an incredible game, too. She's got 19 points and definitely has knocked down more than 10 rebounds. Unofficial stats on the rebounds.
Brown gets fouled.
So we do have action in the Tri-City area. Well, actually, up in LaGrange. Tomorrow it's the LaGrange Toyota Classic. 2-day classic. You got Carver and Hardaway. Hardaway's taking on McIntosh tomorrow. Carver's taking on Terrell. Or Farrell, however you want to pronounce that.
Yeah.
School.
Terrell.
Terrell. There you go. Hardaway's going to take on Carver's going to take on Lithia Springs on Friday. Hardaway's going to take on Woodland of Stockbridge.
Three-pointer up. No.
Opelika's in the tournament. Springwood. Got some good teams in and around the Tri-City area and over in Metro Atlanta. New Manchester. You got Noonan. Best Academy. Meanwhile, the Bocelli Lady Vikings, they're taking on Lithia Springs tomorrow at noon. Because they're going to be in I think that's just a single game. They actually got a big win over Troup County at the Land, 86-45 last week.
Martin makes the second.
Yeah, that was on the 21st. There was some basketball action going on during the Muskogee County Christmas tournament last week.
Here comes Brown. Brown. Good move from Brown. Brown pulls up. Brown in and out. And then stolen right back, and no call. And Avery Wright shoots it out of bounds. Calvary has got to start hitting shots. Michaela's just going to let it fly. No, Martin. She's got to have double-digit rebounds at this point, along with her
19 points. So.
And then Brown, who started off slow, she's got herself 21.
Instant offense from both teams.
If the score keeps up the way it is, the Calvary girls will play tomorrow at 3. So we got the Calvary boys at 10:30, Calvary girls at 3, and then we have Glenwood girls at 6, Glenwood boys at 7:30. So a full day tomorrow.
Remember, on Friday they got place games too that they're going to have all day. Just like the Muskogee County Christmas tournament, they're going to have 7th place, 5th place, 3rd place.
What a crossover from Brown. Brown misses.
Jump ball. Look at Martin and Smith fighting for that ball.
Another miss, and here comes. And nice job from Michaela Reed.
She's got 23 points. Oh, I think she got away with a walk.
Yeah, and no call.
Another
and then
turnover.
Another travel that's not called, and a timeout Edgewood. And a full timeout. We'll take one, too. Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We'll be back after this.
All right, we've got 1:15 left to go in this game. Edgewood is leading Calvary 57-46. Thrift Behringer, Rich Holder, Georgia Alabama Sports Live. I hope everybody likes the Facebook page and subscribes to the YouTube channel. We are here for the Border Wars. It's been a lot of fun, Thrift.
A lot of fun indeed, and we'll be here tomorrow and Friday.
Yeah, we plan on broadcasting the championship games regardless of who's in it. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
5-second violation on Lindsey Brown.
Yeah, we're going to be live streaming all the Calvary and Glenwood games, but we will be doing the championship.
Yep, we will do the championship no matter what.
And I tell you what, I've been impressed with this Edgewood team. This looks like a state championship contender. They are the defending state champions, 15-2. They're looking to go back-to-back. They got a very talented team.
Miss.
And remember, Calvary's a young team.
Yeah.
They're in the gaps. I mean, they're playing a team that's in the AISA. Calvary's going to be fine.
And they're going to be competitive. Remember, they made
Absolutely.
the Final Four last year, lost to Konos.
Yep.
The boys lost in the Elite Eight. And all the way
what a
and
move.
scoring,
Avery White.
Avery White.
They've been stepping up. Other players besides Martin and Brown have been stepping up for Coach Starks and this Edgewood Wildcats team about to go 16-2. Oh,
And
what a
three
shot.
from Michaela Reed. How many she got now, Richard?
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. 26 points.
How about that?
How about that?
And that's going to be the end of what was a really good game. Calvary comes up short. They lose by 10. They'll play tomorrow at 3 in the consolation bracket, along with the boys playing at 10:30 for Calvary. Glenwood girls and boys both won. They'll play in the winners bracket semifinal, and we'll have it all here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Michaela Reed ends her night with 26 points. Wow. And she is only an 8th grader. Lily Miller came in with 17. On the flip side, Lindsey Brown, she put up 21. Madison Martin put up 20. And that two-headed monster for Edgewood was just too much in this one, but great effort for Coach Norton and the Knights. They'll play in the consolation bracket tomorrow, and we'll be here tomorrow.
Taking on Southland Academy.
Yep.
That should be a good matchup. So we're going to be live streaming 4 games tomorrow, 10:30. We got Calvary taking on Lee Scott Academy. I can't wait for that one, Thrift. That's going to be a lot of fun. At 3, we got Calvary taking on Southland Academy. And then at 6, we've got the Glenwood Lady Gators taking on Edgewood Wildcats. And then finally, we have the Glenwood boys that's going to be taking on the winner of the game that's coming up in about 10 minutes, but we will not be live streaming it on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. It's Southland Academy and Edgewood boys. That's going to be here. That's the final game here at the Border Wars.
Well, thank y'all so much for tuning in. Thank you to our sponsors like Double Coverage, Jerome Bryant, Sports Visions will be on tomorrow. We'll do an abbreviated show. We'll have Best of at 5 to 6, 4 to 5 is the regular show. We got State Farm Carol Purdue. Thank you so much for her and her support of all we do at Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Terry Johnson Agency for Quote Called Them Today. Mike at Ed's Barbecue, Chase Cook, thank you.
Great barbecue.
Superior Roofing, Cody Dykes, thank you. Former alumni of Glenwood, Columbus State University, Jay Sparks, thank you. Rocket, Greg Ballard, thank you so much. Happy Hour Bar and Grill, Matt Call, Dave, thank you so much. Masswall Incorporated, Grant Smithwick and Steve Smithwick, and then Behringer Construction for all your home remodeling needs. Call Glenn Behringer, 706-249-1099. We'll see you tomorrow. Hope everyone has a great rest of their night. Border Wars Day 1 complete here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We'll see you tomorrow night.